Have you ever imagined undergoing higher education that focuses on enhancing knowledge with a tourism orientation and based on the values of Islam, Rahmatan lil Alamin? A warm welcome to Unizar, Azhar Islamic University. A university in Lombok Island, West Nusa Tenggara, was established on May 10, 1981 under the Al-Azhar Luhur Islamic Boarding School Foundation. It envisions becoming a leading university in developing science and technology with a professional tourism perspective and integrity in accordance with the Islamic values of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The ultimate objective is to produce graduates with character who have mastery of science and technology by applying humanities and Islamic values to advance the nation, civilization, and human well-being. Aside to experience the process of learning and forging yourself with a choice of 7 faculties with dozens of study programs, almost all of which are accredited very well. Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Medicine, and Faculty of Islamic Religion. Unizar also offers morning class program for fresh graduates and evening classes for workers, employees, and entrepreneurs. Unizar actively holds seminar activities both on local, national, and international level. A private university with dozens of cooperation partners, both with government institutions in the scope of village, regencies, and province, BUMN, BUMD, state and private universities in Indonesia and overseas, as well as various corporations and industries. Built on an estate of nearly 10 hectares, Unizar is equipped with various educational and research facilities. Supported by highly qualified lecturers who graduated from national and international universities and specialize in their fields, Unizar is more than willing to assist you in accomplishing your vision and elevating your career in the world of work. Providing space for self-exploration in various students' activity units in youth organizations that have generated numerous outstanding achievements. Besides, Unizar is always determined to create an adaptive human well-being in line with current development, has a sense of social dynamics, also serve as a solution to various humanitarian problems, as a form of faith in the Lord of the universe, the most generous, the most merciful. In response to the demands of the workplace, thousands of alumni have joined and play an essential role in society, both locally and nationally. With all dedication, we are ready to be part of accomplishing your big dream. Therefore, are you ready to be part of Al-Azhar Islamic University?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Al-Azhar. Keselamatan dan kesehatan Anda adalah prioritas kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan memberikan panduan singkat tentang prosedur keselamatan di kampus ini. Dimanapun Anda berada, perhatikanlah pintu keluar terdekat. Pastikan Anda mengetahui jalur evakuasi di setiap gedung yang Anda masuki. Jalur evakuasi ditandai dengan tanda panah hijau untuk memudahkan Anda melihatnya. Jalur evakuasi akan mengarahkan Anda ke titik kumpul terdekat. Ikuti arahan petugas keselamatan dan tetap tenang saat mengevakuasi diri. Setiap gedung di kampus ini telah dilengkapi dengan titik kumpul yang aman. Jika terjadi keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran atau gempa bumi, segera hentikan aktivitas Anda dan menuju titik kumpul terdekat yang telah ditentukan. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam api ringan, APAR. Perhatikanlah letak APAR di sekeliling Anda. Jika terjadi kebakaran, jangan panik dan tetap tenang. Segera tinggalkan area melalui pintu keluar terdekat. Jangan kembali ke dalam dengan alasan apapun, termasuk untuk mengambil barang bawaan Anda. Apabila ruangan dipenuhi asap yang menghalangi pandangan, mohon merunduk atau merangkak. Lepaskan sepatu berhak tinggi dan atau alas kaki yang licin. Tutup hidung dan mulut dengan sapu tangan atau tisu yang dibasahi air. Jika Anda di lantai atas, gunakan tangga dengan hati-hati. Ikuti jalur evakuasi atau arahan petugas keselamatan menuju titik kumpul terdekat.
Berikut petunjuk penggunaan APAR. Tarik segel yang ada pada APAR. Tarik pin pengaman. Tarik nosel corong ke arah atas dan cobalah terlebih dahulu. Jika APAR berfungsi dengan baik, arahkan nosel ke sumber api dan semprotkan hingga api padam. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika ada, segera berlindung di bawah meja atau struktur yang kuat. Jauhi kaca, jendela, atau benda yang dapat jatuh. Tinggalkan ruangan dan jangan kembali ke dalam dengan alasan apapun, termasuk untuk mengambil barang bawaan Anda. Lepaskan sepatu berhak tinggi dan atau alas kaki yang licin. Jika Anda di lantai atas, gunakan tangga dengan hati-hati. Ikuti jalur evakuasi atau arahan petugas keselamatan menuju titik kumpul terdekat.
Terima kasih atas perhatiannya dan doa kita bersama semoga tidak terjadi bencana apapun saat acara berlangsung. Sukses untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Have you ever imagined undergoing higher education that focuses on enhancing knowledge with a tourism orientation and based on the values of Islam, Rahmatan lil Alamin? A warm welcome to Unizar, Azhar Islamic University. A university in Lombok Island, West Nusa Tenggara, was established on May 10, 1981. Under the Al-Azhar Luhur Islamic Boarding School Foundation. It envisions becoming a leading university in developing science and technology with a professional tourism perspective and integrity in accordance with the Islamic values of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The ultimate objective is to produce graduates with character who have mastery of science and technology, by applying humanities and Islamic values to advance the nation, civilization, and human well-being. Aside to experience the process of learning and forging yourself with a choice of 7 faculties with dozens of study programs, almost all of which are accredited very well. Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Medicine, and Faculty of Islamic Religion. Unizar also offers morning class program for fresh graduates and evening classes for workers, employees, and entrepreneurs. Unizar actively holds seminar activities both on local, national, and international level. A private university with dozens of cooperation partners, both with government institutions in the scope of village, regencies, and province, BUMN, BUMD, state and private universities in Indonesia and overseas, as well as various corporations and industries. Built on an estate of nearly 10 hectares, Unizar is equipped with various educational and research facilities. Supported by highly qualified lecturers who graduated from national and international universities and specialize in their fields, Unizar is more than willing to assist you in accomplishing your vision and elevating your career in the world of work. Providing space for self-exploration in various students' activity units in youth organizations that have generated numerous outstanding achievements. Besides, Unizar is always determined to create an adaptive human well-being in line with current development, has a sense of social dynamics, also serve as a solution to various humanitarian problems, as a form of faith in the Lord of the universe, the most generous, the most merciful. In response to the demands of the workplace, thousands of alumni have joined and play an essential role in society, both locally and nationally. With all dedication, we are ready to be part of accomplishing your big dream. Therefore, are you ready to be part of Al-Azhar Islamic University? Have you ever imagined undergoing higher education that focuses on enhancing knowledge with a tourism orientation and based on the values of Islam, Rahmatan lil Alamin? A warm welcome to Unizar, Al-Azhar Islamic University. A university in Lombok Island, West Nusa Tenggara, was established on May 10, 1981. Under the Al-Azhar Luhur Islamic Boarding School Foundation. It envisions becoming a leading university in developing science and technology with a professional tourism perspective and integrity in accordance with the Islamic values of Rahmatan lil Alamin. The ultimate objective is to produce graduates with character who have mastery of science and technology, by applying humanities and Islamic values to advance the nation, civilization, and human well-being. Aside to experience the process of learning and forging yourself with a choice of 7 faculties with dozens of study programs, almost all of which are accredited very well. Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Medicine, and Faculty of Islamic Religion. Unizar also offers morning class program for fresh graduates and evening classes for workers, employees, and entrepreneurs. Unizar actively holds seminar activities both on local, national, and international level. A private university with dozens of cooperation partners, both with government institutions in the scope of village, regencies, and province, BUMN, BUMD, state and private universities in Indonesia and overseas, as well as various corporations and industries. Built on an estate of nearly 10 hectares, Unizar is equipped with various educational and research facilities. Supported by highly qualified lecturers who graduated from national and international universities and specialize in their fields, Unizar is more than willing to assist you in accomplishing your vision and elevating your career in the world of work. Providing space for self-exploration in various students' activity units in youth organizations that have generated numerous outstanding achievements. Besides, Unizar is always determined to create an adaptive human well-being in line with current development, has a sense of social dynamics, also serve as a solution to various humanitarian problems, as a form of faith in the Lord of the universe, the most generous, the most merciful. In response to the demands of the workplace, thousands of alumni have joined and play an essential role in society, both locally and nationally. With all dedication, we are ready to be part of accomplishing your big dream. Therefore, are you ready to be part of Al-Azhar Islamic University?
Kami persilahkan peserta yang bagian belakang bisa mengisi kursi di depan.
EG, bentar-bentar Bu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Al-Azhar. Keselamatan dan kesehatan Anda adalah prioritas kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan memberikan panduan singkat tentang prosedur keselamatan di kampus ini. Dimanapun Anda berada, perhatikanlah pintu keluar terdekat. Pastikan Anda mengetahui jalur evakuasi di setiap gedung yang Anda masuki. Jalur evakuasi ditandai dengan tanda panah hijau untuk memudahkan Anda melihatnya. Jalur evakuasi akan mengarahkan Anda ke titik kumpul terdekat. Ikuti arahan petugas keselamatan dan tetap tenang saat mengevakuasi diri. Setiap gedung di kampus ini telah dilengkapi dengan titik kumpul yang aman. Jika terjadi keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran atau gempa bumi, segera hentikan aktivitas Anda dan menuju titik kumpul terdekat yang telah ditentukan. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam api ringan, APAR. Perhatikanlah letak APAR di sekeliling Anda. Jika terjadi kebakaran, jangan panik dan tetap tenang. Segera tinggalkan area melalui pintu keluar terdekat. Jangan kembali ke dalam dengan alasan apapun, termasuk untuk mengambil barang bawaan Anda. Apabila ruangan dipenuhi asap yang menghalangi pandangan, mohon merunduk atau merangkak. Lepaskan sepatu berhak tinggi dan atau alas kaki yang licin. Tutup hidung dan mulut dengan sapu tangan atau tisu yang dibasahi air. Jika Anda di lantai atas, gunakan tangga dengan hati-hati. Ikuti jalur evakuasi atau arahan petugas keselamatan menuju titik kumpul terdekat.
Berikut petunjuk penggunaan APAR. Tarik segel yang ada pada APAR. Tarik pin pengaman. Tarik nosel corong ke arah atas dan cobalah terlebih dahulu. Jika APAR berfungsi dengan baik, arahkan nosel ke sumber api dan semprotkan hingga api padam. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika ada, segera berlindung di bawah meja atau struktur yang kuat. Jauhi kaca, jendela, atau benda yang dapat jatuh. Tinggalkan ruangan dan jangan kembali ke dalam dengan alasan apapun termasuk untuk mengambil barang bawaan Anda. Lepaskan sepatu berhak tinggi dan atau alas kaki yang licin. Jika Anda di lantai atas, gunakan tangga dengan hati-hati. Ikuti jalur evakuasi atau arahan petugas keselamatan menuju titik kumpul terdekat.
Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Dan doa kita bersama semoga tidak terjadi bencana apapun saat acara berlangsung. Sukses untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kaos-kaos panono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Islam Al-Azhar. Keselamatan dan kesehatan Anda adalah prioritas kami. Dalam video ini, kami akan memberikan panduan singkat tentang prosedur keselamatan di kampus ini. Dimanapun Anda berada, perhatikanlah pintu keluar terdekat. Pastikan Anda mengetahui jalur evakuasi di setiap gedung yang Anda masuki. Jalur evakuasi ditandai dengan tanda panah hijau untuk memudahkan Anda melihatnya. Jalur evakuasi akan mengarahkan Anda ke titik kumpul terdekat. Ikuti arahan petugas keselamatan dan tetap tenang saat mengevakuasi diri. Setiap gedung di kampus ini telah dilengkapi dengan titik kumpul yang aman. Jika terjadi keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran atau gempa bumi, segera hentikan aktivitas Anda dan menuju titik kumpul terdekat yang telah ditentukan. Gedung ini dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam api ringan, APAR. Perhatikanlah letak APAR di sekeliling Anda. Jika terjadi kebakaran, jangan panik dan tetap tenang. Segera tinggalkan area melalui pintu keluar terdekat. Jangan kembali ke dalam dengan alasan apapun, termasuk untuk mengambil barang bawaan Anda. Apabila ruangan dipenuhi asap yang menghalangi pandangan, mohon merunduk atau merangkak. Lepaskan sepatu berhak tinggi dan atau alas kaki yang licin. Tutup hidung dan mulut dengan sapu tangan atau tisu yang dibasahi air. Jika Anda di lantai atas, gunakan tangga dengan hati-hati. Ikuti jalur evakuasi atau arahan petugas keselamatan menuju titik kumpul terdekat.
Berikut petunjuk penggunaan APAR. Tarik segel yang ada pada APAR. Tarik pin pengaman. Tarik nosel corong ke arah atas dan cobalah terlebih dahulu. Jika APAR berfungsi dengan baik, arahkan nosel ke sumber api dan semprotkan hingga api padam. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika ada, segera berlindung di bawah meja atau struktur yang kuat. Jauhi kaca, jendela, atau benda yang dapat jatuh. Tinggalkan ruangan dan jangan kembali ke dalam dengan alasan apapun, termasuk untuk mengambil barang bawaan Anda. Lepaskan sepatu berhak tinggi dan atau alas kaki yang licin. Jika Anda di lantai atas, gunakan tangga dengan hati-hati. Ikuti jalur evakuasi atau arahan petugas keselamatan menuju titik kumpul terdekat.
Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Dan doa kita bersama semoga tidak terjadi bencana apapun saat acara berlangsung. Sukses untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Have you ever imagined undergoing higher education that focuses on enhancing knowledge with a tourism orientation and based on the values of Islam, rahmatan lil alamin? A warm welcome to Unizar, Al-Azhar Islamic University. A university in Lombok Island, West Nusa Tenggara, was established on May 10, 1981. Under the Al-Azhar Luhur Islamic Boarding School Foundation. It envisions becoming a leading university in developing science and technology with a professional tourism perspective and integrity in accordance with the Islamic values of rahmatan lil alamin. The ultimate objective is to produce graduates with character who have mastery of science and technology, by applying humanities and Islamic values to advance the nation, civilization, and human well-being. Aside to experience the process of learning and forging yourself with a choice of 7 faculties with dozens of study programs, almost all of which are accredited very well. Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Medicine, and Faculty of Islamic Religion. Unizar also offers morning class program for fresh graduates and evening classes for workers, employees, and entrepreneurs. Unizar actively holds seminar activities both on local, national, and international level. A private university with dozens of cooperation partners, both with government institutions in the scope of village, regencies, and province, BUMN, BUMD, state and private universities in Indonesia and overseas, as well as various corporations and industries. Built on an estate of nearly 10 hectares, Unizar is equipped with various educational and research facilities. Supported by highly qualified lecturers who graduated from national and international universities and specialize in their field, Unizar is more than willing to assist you in accomplishing your vision and elevating your career in the world of work. Providing space for self-exploration in various students' activity units in youth organizations that have generated numerous outstanding achievements. Besides, Unizar is always determined to create an adaptive human well-being in line with current development, has a sense of social dynamics, also serve as a solution to various humanitarian problems, as a form of faith in the Lord of the universe, the most generous, the most merciful. In response to the demands of the workplace, thousands of alumni have joined and play an essential role in society, both locally and nationally. With all dedication, we are ready to be part of accomplishing your big dream. Therefore, are you ready to be part of Al-Azhar Islamic University?
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, good morning. A very warm greeting to each and every one of you. Welcome to Universitas Islam Al-Azhar for the Adjunct Professor Inauguration and Expert Lectures. The theme of the day's event is Collaboration Solution for Sustainable Development for Research, Education, and Action. I am Chatur Karaswandewi as the MC for this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to inform you that among us here we have the Excellency, our Chairmen of the Academic Senates of Unizar, the Excellencies Rectors of Universitas Islam Al-Azhar, Dr. Insinyur Mo Ansar MP, the Honorables, all Vice Rectors of Universitas Islam Al-Azhar, the Honorable our Adjunct Professor, Professor Sazaduddin of the University of Isaac, the Honorable Moderators, Mr. Yogi Gautama Buanaputra, SAMST PST AVEA of Cardiff University, the Honorable Dean, Vice Dean, and Head of Study Program of Universitas of Unizar, Honorable directors of our teaching and affiliated hospital in Bali, I would also like to extend my sincere appreciations to all the clinical educators, teaching faculties, students, and distinguished guests from Unizar who are joining us online and on-site, especially for the 500 participants who are joining us online through YouTube. Thank you for being with us today. We look forward to meaningful and productive sessions together. Coming up for the brief moment, we'd like to invite you to rise and sing national anthem of Indonesia Raya and followed by Unizar hymn and march. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Universitas Islam Al-Azhar menjunjung tinggi keluhuran budi. Universitas Islam Al-Azhar menjunjung tinggi kemanusiaan. Universitas Islam Al-Azhar menjunjung tinggi akademika. Mari kita semua mewujudkan bagi masyarakat nusa dan bangsa. Bangunlah, wahai Unizar, berikanlah semangatmu. Majulah, wahai Unizar, Indonesia jaya. Universitas Islam Al-Azhar menjunjung tinggi keluhuran budi. Universitas Islam Al-Azhar menjunjung tinggi kemanusiaan. Universitas Islam Al-Azhar menjunjung tinggi akademika. Mari kita semua mewujudkan bagi masyarakat nusa dan bangsa. Bangunlah, wahai Unizar, berikanlah semangatmu. Majulah, wahai Unizar, Indonesia jaya.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, next we'd like to invite the chairpersons of the committee to give the opening remarks. Please welcome Mrs. Dr. Vilyamaya Samudra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to this very special occasion. On behalf of Unizar, we would like to extend our warm greetings to Professor Zazaruddin as the Professor of Accounting and Director of the Center for Accountability and Global Development at the University of Essex, United Kingdom, and to Dr. Foggy Gautama Buana Putra, a lecturer and researcher at the Cardiff University, United Kingdom. We are deeply grateful and delighted to have to receive both distinguished scholars here in Mataram, West Nusa Tenggara. Your presence here today is a testament to our shared commitment to advancing academic excellence, global collaboration, and meaningful to our knowledge exchange. We are not only here today for expert lectures, but also it is the appointment of Professor Zazaruddin as an adjunct professor at the Unizar is a significant milestone in our journey to becoming a leading private university in Eastern Indonesia. His vast expertise in accounting, governance, and development studies will undoubtedly enrich our academic environment and inspire both university and students alike. Likewise, we would like to extend our appreciation to Dr. Foggy Gautama Buana Putra, who is a long-esteemed colleague of mine, not only a long-time colleague, but also a best friend since high school. So, for his continued support and engagement with Unizar through expert lectures, collaborative research, and academic mentorship. Your presence here today reflects a valuable and growing academic bridge between Indonesia and United Kingdom. Mungkin saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia sedikit. Bagi yang tidak tahu bahwa Bapak Foggy ini adalah sahabat saya sejak SMA. Oh, SMP ya, mohon maaf. Jadi we've known each other since we were like 12 or 13. So us standing here in our 30s, mid-30s lah ya. in our mid-30s, both becoming lecturer, but our difference is I stayed in our hometown, and he's the one at Cardiff University in United Kingdom before in UGM. As we step forward into this exciting new chapter, let us embrace this opportunity to build strong partnerships, conduct impactful research, and develop a global academic culture rooted in excellence and mutual respect. Once again, welcome to Unizar. We look forward to fruitful discussions, inspiring collaboration, and meaningful friendships in the days ahead. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to listen to the Rector's remarks and the opening of the event. Representing the Rectors, Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Ansar, MP, we are honored to invite Mr. Faturaman S.A. M.Aka, Vice Rector for External Relations, Alumni, Research and Community Service, to deliver the address and officially open the event. Mr. Faturaman S.A. M.Aka, we invite you to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Peace and blessings be upon us. Distinguished guests, Chair of the University Senate, Bapak Dr. Azhar, Head of the Quality Assurance Board, Ibu Dr. Velia, Vice Rectors 1, 2, and 4, Bapak Ibu Wakil Rektor, Deans, the faculty members, and students of Universitas Islam Al-Azhar, and all esteemed participants present here today. We are delighted to warm welcome Professor Shahzad Udin from the University of Essex, UK, and Bapak Ormas Fogi Gautama Buana Putra from Cardiff University, UK, who is also an adjunct professor at Universitas Islam Al-Azhar. Welcome to our campus. As we know, a few months ago, we underwent a significant institutional milestone, our accreditation review. While the result did not completely meet our expectation, as many more achieved in the near future, we are still grateful for the substantial progress made compared to previous evaluations. This achievement serve as encouragement, motivation for us to continue advancing with a spirit of renewal and commitment. As we strive to achieve an excellent accreditation status, we recognize the importance of being open to feedback, fostering collaboration, and implementing strategic initiative that can drive continuous institutional improvement. Today's event is a strategic step forward, a platform for sharing knowledge, experiences, and a collective spirit aimed at growth and development. We hope this event will inspire enthusiasm among all of us to contribute through impactful activities, not only enhance this quality of our institution, but also support the broader goal of sustainable national development. And thank you for your presence and participation. May this event bring lasting and far-reaching benefits to us all. By reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare this event officially open. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excuse me, Prof. I have a note. I remember when I had dinner with Prof last night. I impressed and a little bit surprised when Prof said that journals published in key 3 or key 4, that is not a journal. Journal is when published, if published in key 1 or key 2 journal. While we are here, we are still talking about published journal in national journal. That is a Sinta journal. Therefore, we hope that on this occasion, in this room, Prof can teach and share all of your knowledge and your experience to us. And then we can easy to submit in key 1 or key 2 journal. Thank you very much, Prof. And to all participants, enjoy this event and keep it up. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this event with blessings, we'll now listen to a prayer. The prayer will be led by Wahid, a student for the Faculty of Islamic Studies. Wahid, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Sebelum kita memulai acara ini, marilah kita menundukkan kepala dan mengangkat tangan kita terlebih dahulu untuk kita berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang Maha Besar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdash syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخالم لما سبق والناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم. اللهم صل على نور الأنوار والسير الأسرار وترياك الأغيار ومفتح باب اليسار سيدنا ومولانا محمد المختار وآله الأطهار وأصحاب الأخيار. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا. اللهم افتح علينا أبواب الخير وأبواب البركة وأبواب النعمة وأبواب الرزق وأبواب القوة وأبواب الصحة وأبواب السلامة. اللهم عافنا من كل بلاء الدنيا وعذاب الآخرة. اللهم إنا نستودعك ما علمتنا فعلمنا ما جهلنا وافتح علينا فتوح العارفين بك. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه ولا تجعل مشتبها علينا فنتبع الهوى. اللهم ما مننت به فتممه وما أنعمت به فلا تسلبه وما سترته فلا تهتكه وما علمته فاغفره برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا افتح بيننا وبين قومنا بالحق وأنت خير الفاتحين. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم على هذه النية وعلى كل نية صالحة لنا ولهم الفاتحة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Coming up, the signing of Adjunct Professor Ceremony by Professor Sazaduddin of University of Essex and the Vice Rectors of Universitas Islam Al-Azhar, Mr. Fatur Rahman SAMAK, to come to the front. We now kindly invite Professor Sazaduddin to come forward for the Adjunct Professor signing ceremony, accompanied by Vice Rector Mr. Fatur Rahman SAMAK. Please proceed the event. We believe that your presence here will not only inspire our faculty and students, but also strengthens our commitment to academic growth, research collaborations, and global partnership. Our delegate, okay. Our delegates, please kindly stay on the stage for the plaques presentations and group photo session. To honor today's contributions, we kindly ask the Vice Rector to present a plaque and special gift to Professor Sazaduddin with our heartfelt thanks. These are the gifts from us to express our deepest gratitude for Professor Sazad, who graciously accepting the role of adjunct professors and giving expert lectures at the Universitas Islam Al-Azhar. Mr. Fatur Rahman, SAMAK, and Professor Sazaduddin from University of Essex, you might have a seat. Next, for the agenda and discussion, will be led by our moderator, Mr. Fogi Gautama Buanaputra, SAMST PST Avea. It is an honor to introduce Mr. Fogi. Mr. Fogi holds a Doctor of Philosophy PhD in Accounting from the University of Essex, United Kingdom, completed in 2020. In recognition of his teaching excellencies and commitment to higher education, he was awarded to the titles of Associate Fellow of Higher Education Academy, or well known as Azhar in the United Kingdom in 2019. He also earned his Master of Science in International Accounting with distinction from the same university in 2014. His academic journey began at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, where he graduated cum laude with Bachelor of Science in Accounting in 2011. Mr. Fogi currently serves as an assistant professor and researcher in accounting of Cardiff Business School, Cardiff University, United Kingdom, where he is also an active member of the research committee. Nationally, he holds the position of chairperson of public sector center under the Indonesian government policy. National Committee, coordinated by the Coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs of Indonesia for 2025 to 2029 term. His research has been published in leading international journals, and he has contributed to national policies and received multiple best paper awards. It will take more than a few minutes to fully capture the outstanding journey of Mr. Fogi. So rather than let me limit our admirations, let us now hear directly from him. Please welcome Mr. Fogi Gautama Buanaputra, SAMST PhD Avea, and Professor Sazatuddin. We invite you to come to the stage. Mr. Fogi, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you, Master Ceremony. So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us to come to Al-Azhar University. It is also a great honor for us to be invited to these universities. And then I would like also to express my gratitude to the senior management board of the Al-Azhar University, the rector, vice rectors, and then some other universities managements as well, and my very best friends, Velia, always, and her husband, Yudi. So we spent together during our junior high school time. But I met Velia first, so we started junior high school together. So thank you very much, everyone. So today we are going to deliver 2 general lectures. So it will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be about management control practices in hospital, and then it will be followed by the mastering the art of research writing. Lessons from leading scholars. So it's actually about how to publish the papers in good journals. So Now we are going to start with, do you have the PowerPoint slide? Sorry, can you present the first one about the management control? Yes, this is work-life balance of doctors, unique case from Japan. This is a Japan context. So this research is already published? Or no, is ongoing research between our colleague from Japan as well, Yuji Mori, from Osaka University, and with Professor Zasatuddin. So, and this project was funded by Daiwa Foundation from Japan, I think. Okay, Professor Zazat, so the time is yours. You can start now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, distinguished guests, faculty members, senior members of this university, students, scholars, very good morning and assalamu alaikum. I'm very, very happy to be here, not only because that's my first time in Lombok. Also, apparently, I became the reason two childhood friends suddenly found each other. So it's very nice to be the reason for that. And this is the opportunity for me to do something what I like. First of all, I like doing research, and also I like to encourage researchers, scholars to publish in good quality journal. Basically, my main mission at the moment is to make voices heard from the majority world, which I call nowadays, majority world meaning transitional economies and emerging economy. So we want to see more voices onto the knowledge discipline, accounting or otherwise, that from all over the world, not just from few countries. So it's an opportunity to become an adjunct professor here and then use this opportunity to help this university, these scholars, to publish good research articles. So today I'm going to speak one of the paper that I'm currently working on. I understand this university is very much centered around medical school, right? So I was told that I need to talk about something about medicine. So I publish papers, in fact, in a top journal called Social Science and Medicine. Basically, I looked into doctor's life from a management angle. So this paper is about that. So this paper is about how our research, we haven't published this paper yet. We are now visiting, doing field work and so on with my Japanese colleague. We are really looking at, so how many PhD, sorry, students from the medicine or faculty here? Can you raise your hand? Medical faculty, how many of you here? Yes? Okay, I also understand some people are online, right? Okay, so they can hear me, but I cannot see them. So anyway, so I'm going to talk about the work-life balance of doctors. So this is not just the doctors, I guess this could also be any other profession. But for doctors is a special case. I'm sure that many doctors around the world complains too much work. They're always in the hospital. They don't have time for their family. So this is a common complaint from many countries. But Japanese case is interesting. I think is probably one of the worst possible scenario from the perspective of work-life balance. But you can compare your own case. I'm not sure whether Indonesian doctors, how they feel about their work-life balance. So you can, listening to this presentation, maybe you can think of your own paper or writing about this work-life balance. Can you go to next slide? Okay, so can you see, this is a press conference. For any paper, if you want to write about any paper, you must have motivation. So this slide is about why that I am interested in this. So during this press conference, so there is a picture here that a young doctor committed suicide in Japan. And that became a big news. Committing suicide is not new in Japan, but this became a news for some reasons. So around, I think, around 1.3% of doctors commit suicide in Japan. So because of high workload. So in the press conference, this particular gentleman saying Japanese healthcare system relies on the sacrifices of hospital doctors. They call it karoshi deaths. So this is mainly because of overwork. So this particular individual committed suicide and wrote a note why he committed suicide. His workload was, I think, per month was 200 hours, only overtime, not the normal time. So you have a regular hours, like 9 to 5, 8 hours per week, per day, and then 40 hours per week, and then 160 hours per month, or per 4 weeks. These gentlemen, or these doctors, young doctors, they work, in addition to that 160 hours, they do 200 hours. So it's like 360 hours in a month. So that created a lot of news around the world and in Japan. So they subsequently made a regulation that no one can work more than 1,860 hours in a year. So that's kind of regulation came up. So our paper is trying to argue that this kind of regulations, although try to protect doctors, will not protect them. And I'm going to explain why. So this is the purpose of the paper. Next slide. So what we did, we looked into the work-life balance of doctors in Japan through a framework, basically looking at what is work, how you define work, what is life, how you define life, and what is the balance between these two. So our argument is, this is very much culturally defined. What is work is different here, I'm sure, than what is work in the UK. And what is life is also different here than UK. So we wanted to make this case that if you really want to make a change to work-life balance, you have to understand what is work, what is life, and what is balance. So we are trying to show this particular work-life balance idea is connected with the country's cultural setting and also their institutional settings. So the picture you see on your, in my case, in my left-hand side, there's a picture, doctors, young doctors bowing. You see that? To the another doctor is a professor. So it's a hierarchical system in Japan. But if I compare that with the UK, definitely not this system. My daughter is now a doctor. I sent her my findings to read it, and she was shocked the way that young doctors have been treated. So clearly a different understanding what is how doctors operate in a different cultural setting. On the next picture you see, the first person on the top, the guy is walking, he's the chief, and behind him all those doctors are students. So this gives a hospital round, this is. And again, this doesn't happen in the UK, for instance. I'm not saying what is good or what is bad, I'm simply saying they are different. Okay, anyway, so we're going to look at this work-life balance from that kind of angle. Okay, next slide. So what we are going to make a critique that the way work-life balance is now understood is very much Western-centric. So in the Western literature, they give more, prioritizes individual autonomy, flexibility, and there is a clear separation between work and personal life. Now, in number of studies, they're really trying to argue that when work finishes, when life began, is not very clear. So, for instance, you come from work and enter into a home situation, you still may be working with your personal file and so on. And also there is a lot of literature suggested that this boundary is not very clear, although Western studies says this is very clear. From my daughter's work-life balance, I can see it's clear, because when she comes back home, she does not work. I'm not 100% sure of that, of other doctors in this country, whether when do they come back home? That's the first thing. When they come back home, do they bring mobile phone of work? When they receive calls from the patient. So how do you separate this work and life? So basically on this critique we say, let's have this broader framework to understand this work-life balance. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so to understand any country's medical profession, if I want to do same study in Indonesia, what I like to do, same thing as I'm doing here, understand the history of medical profession. So this is, we are describing here how Japan medical profession was like. So Japanese medical profession, ancient time, was almost like a sacrificing mode. So basically they're seen as someone just under the god. They're kind of someone who's serving the community, not in exchange of money, just free services to the community. So basically they will send doctors, or in those called physicians, to various villages and communities to serve the Japanese people. And this is called ikuku system. It's rooted in ancient Japanese medicine, but then they also borrowed from German medical training. So they became one kind of a system where that it based on a hierarchical system, and that is the main reason of Japanese, the way Japanese works. Also, Japanese cultural norms like wa, harmony, self-sacrifice, play a crucial role in this experience. Next slide. So this is the system, Japanese medical professional system called ikuku system. You can see on the top, University Medical Department. So they are kind of at the top of this pinnacle. Then senior professor, and they send doctors of each of these hospitals, training hospital, community hospital, and so on. So any junior doctors to be posted in a different hospital, they must take a permission from the senior professor. So this is kind of a ikuku or ancient system. So if senior professor says, you go to that community hospital, then that student will go there. So it's a less of a individual autonomy, you can see. So in, say, in the UK system, I know they have a lot of, bit of autonomy. They can decide which hospital they're going to go to. In this case, senior professor dictate where you're going to go to. So junior doctors must listen to senior professor suggestions, whatever they are. Okay, so this is the hierarchical system. So it's based on why this system continued. It's an ancient system influenced by German medical structure. At the same time, it matches the Japanese local cultural norms, hierarchical system. Second, wa, harmony. So for example, junior doctors would not say anything because that will destroy the harmony of the society. So it will remain, this system continue to exist. It's a very ancient system because of Japanese cultural norms. Next slide. So these are the cultural concepts one needs to understand why this system continue to exist. For example, giri. I didn't know any of this, of course, my Japanese colleague told me. Giri is social obligation, sense of duty to repay mentors and institutions. So junior doctors feel like giri to their professors. Gaman, endurance. So the junior doctors work 200 hours overtime, doesn't matter. If you fail, you don't have endurance. So discourages complaining despite hardship. So Japanese believes in those kind of cultural ideas. They're shaped by this. Wa, harmony, prioritizes group decisions over individual needs. Second, societal gauge, pressure to conform the social expectation. Senpai and kohai, senior-junior hierarchy, reinforces deference and long hours. So you're leading these cultural norms. Maybe you should be thinking, what is Indonesian culture? Does it match some of those cultural norms? Ikigai, sense of purpose, used to rationalize excessive work. Chu, loyalty, aligns personal sacrifice and with institutional goals. And this is, I think this is very interesting one, this loyalty thing. A lot of employees sacrifice their personal life. Even I think Forgy was telling me his father's story, seems like this one, who sacrifices personal life just for to achieve the institutional goals. So these are the cultural norms everywhere, but these are the Japanese one. So we use these cultural norms and the Ikuku system to understand why work club balance is constituted in a particular way. And that was our purpose of the paper. Next slide. So we interviewed 22 people in Japan, junior doctors, senior doctors, directors of the hospital, and so on. We also looked into the various kinds of documentation, literature, reports, and so on. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to now present what actually we found. I mean, this will surprise you. I don't know if it happens in Indonesia or not. Maybe it does. So this is like under-reporting of work. So there is a widespread perception that excessive workloads are an obligation rather than an institutional failure, continues to reinforce cycles of self-sacrifice. One of the examples that I can give you, this is junior doctors telling me in the interview that her boss, who is the surgeon, a professor, suddenly realized during the operation, the time already 5 p.m. and he should not work after 5 p.m. This story goes like this. He stopped for 1 minute, allowing other doctors to take over, went out of the operation theater, scanned his ID as if he finished work, and came back to work. So continued with the surgery in the system showing he's actually finished work. And this is what the junior doctors have been seeing. So this is a classic example under reporting. So this is also then expected from the junior doctors because senior doctors are doing the same. So this is because they feel this is their obligation, this is the sacrifice they have to make because they are doctor. So junior doctor said that department head advised him to keep overtime hours under a certain threshold because they don't want to report somebody worked 200 hours overtime. You see, this regulation, you remember, Japanese government did 1,860 hours. If you don't know how many hours they work, how this regulation is going to work? The reason they don't want to report this work, they feel they're obligated. They have to sacrifice themselves for the patient, for the hospital. So one senior director of the hospital has remarked, young doctors probably work about 80 hours of overtime in a month. So that is 20 hours a week, about 4 hours in a day. So in this hospital, young doctors are working roughly 10 to 12 hours every day. And residents should be able to go home, but they don't go home. They are not forced to stay at the hospital either. It is very difficult for me as a subordinate to go home when my boss is still in the hospital. So this is a typical case of underreporting. Next slide. So work and self-improvement for junior doctors. So blurring duty and exploitation. What happens here? They are asked to stay in the hospital because apparently that will improve themselves as a for the training. Now the question was that when they stay in the hospital after 5 p.m. or after their shift, do they count as work? No, they don't. But they're staying in the hospital. So we ask, why do you stay in the hospital? Oh, they said, a lot of them said to us, oh, because it helps me to improve myself. Also to prepare for my exam, because doctors do a lot of exams, right? So they study in the hospital. Then I ask, do you go see patient? And they said, yes. If they ask me, we go and see patient. So we go see patient if needed, we come back to our room to study. Then I ask, when do you go home? Do you take your mobile phone off work? Because the hospital gives the mobile phone to everyone, and this mobile phone is always on. I said, do you actually close the mobile phone? And they said no. Then I asked, do you ever close this mobile phone? And finally answered, yes, only for a special moment. So maybe 1 hour or half an hour for a 24 hours time. So because they respect it. So this is a difficult case of what is work and what is life. Next slide. So illusion of boundaries. Always on the call. And I asked them, do you actually feel you are overworking? All of them said no. Because they don't feel that this is a bad idea. This is what doctors have to do. So hence my point, what is work, what is life, and what is balance is extremely difficult to generalize culture to culture. Because we see what is, we don't see what is work at the same level or others do. So view this is not a violation of personal time, always on the call. Many doctors reframe it as an acceptable integration of work and life. You see, when Western idea was work-life balance, they separate them out. Work, then your phone off, you are with the family, your life. But they call it integration of work and life. It's a completely different notion. So they have a limited annual leave, often as little as 9 days. And work does not end when their official shift concludes and so on. So many doctors do not perceive personal time as a right, but as privilege that must be justified. So rather than challenging the expectation of constant availability, they adapt to it. So reinforcing a system that benefits institutions at their expense. Hence, some of the people cannot probably cope, and they see themselves as a failure, and the committing suicide is very common among Japanese doctors. Next slide. And also in our findings, what we found, that Ikuku system plays the crucial role in determining work allocation and career trajectory. So every single doctor belong to a particular Ikuku system or particular hospital Ikuku system. So for example, they control this system, not only control the student doctors, they control the whole career of that doctor. So one doctor said, I belong to the Ikuku system, and they told me to enroll in a PhD program. It is not a request. It is practically an order. he added, a PhD does not increase your salary. The only advantage is that you might be slightly less likely to be assigned to a rural hospital. So this is like a, you can see both things working here. One is the culture, other one is the institutions. That's shaping work-life balance of Japanese doctors. Next slide. So what we are arguing in this case, that the hierarchical power dynamics, Shenpai Kohai system, self-sacrifice, and Ikuku system reinforce long working hours, unpaid labor, and career control by the medical institutions. And work is often framed as self-improvement, making it difficult for challenge this. And also ultimately we are saying that work-life balance is systematically restricted by both explicit institutional policies and deeply embedded cultural settings. And which really then telling us now that this kind of understanding work-life balance makes any regulations is impossible. Okay, so I think I don't have any other slides. Let me go back so slightly, next slide. Is there any next slide here? Yes, no. Further, go down, further. No, I mean the end. Is there any, okay, yes. So this is my last slide, I think. So the assumption of a clear distinction between work and personal life is Western-centric, hence policy based on around this problematic. So we need to sort of need to understand the cultural political approach, economic framework to understand work-life balance, and reforms is impossible in Japan if you only take the Western understanding work and life. Hence our idea is that first try to understand what is work, what is life, and what is balance. And then, if you understand it, maybe you can devise a regulatory framework which might work in certain countries. And definitely cannot be generalized for all countries. So that's the kind of conclusion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Azhar, for the, I think it's very interesting paper and finding as well. Because I'm also reflecting on the Indonesian context about work-life balance, and sometimes I believe some of the finding also applies in our context. For example, how to, can you really stop being contacted by your employer when once you get home? Probably yes, probably not. So not only in the context of doctors, but also in other profession, in my profession as well, sometimes. And then, yeah, especially you hold like managerial positions, so you'll be very much contacted by the employers in some cases. And then when we also look at the presentation, from the presentation we can conclude that the work-life balance is heavily, the definition is heavily influenced by the Western context, and then it's sometimes very difficult to apply this context to other contexts, especially, for example, in Japan, where the work-life balance definition is also institutionally and culturally constructed. And then I think based on your findings, I saw like it's already, the understanding of work is quite differently from in the Western context, especially when sometimes they don't realize that they overwork. They tend to underreport what their work time. So in some cases, overtime should have been paid, right? Even in this context, but they intentionally underreport themselves. So it looks like they undermined themselves, interestingly. And then, of course, influence of senior doctors in this context is very, very strong. Even in Indonesian context, for example, recently we heard that the strong influence of senior doctors in the residencies educations, specialist educations, it end up with bullying as well. And then in national media, we saw the news that one of the doctors was committed suicide. So this kind of, I think it's, that's why I believe these kind of findings also a very good reflection in our Indonesian context as well. All right, I think Felia could say more about this one, but I think I will go back to her later on. So I think that's the presentation from Professor Zazat. Very interesting. So I'm gonna proceed to the questions and discussions sessions. Is there any questions? You can ask in either English or Indonesian language or Bahasa Indonesia. Any questions? Probably from medical students? Okay.
Okay, thank you for our opportunity. My name is Dia Martwati. I am medical student from Universitas Islam Al-Azhar. And I'm interested to learning about different culture and system effect doctor work-life balance. And Professor, I have a question. How can the concept of ikigai in Japan be applied the daily life medical student to help them maintain like motivation and balance during their study? Thank you.
Do you get the question?
Hello. So, if I understand, the question is whether the ethical.
How can the concept of ikigai be applied in the daily life of medical students to help them maintain like motivation and balance during their study?
Ikigai, right?
Ikigai.
Oh, okay. So, how they can be applied to the
daily life
of medical students? Yeah, I think same as young doctors. I think this, are you a student?
Yes.
Okay, good. Right, so the same as doctors is this sense of purpose of these medical students that they have to continue to work, study, and their obligation to complete the study and visit the hospital and so on and so forth. So I think their workload is not as little as young doctors, also same, I think. I'll say that. But I actually don't know exactly. We never interviewed the students, unless we interviewed young doctors who finished the study and working in a hospital for the training position. Is there anyone here that already finished study and doing training position in the hospital? I'd like to hear your workload. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Is there any other questions? Anyone? Any other questions? Yeah.
Excuse me, Professor. The work-life balance is quite interesting to me, especially this case in Japan. I see that a lot of pressure from the environment and the culture about the work-life balance. My question is, what is the role of gender in this issue? Do female doctors face additional challenges in balancing their work balance? Are they have a choice to choose more lighter work or job than their male co-worker? Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very important question. We did have a different experience of female and male doctors. Interestingly, Japan is known as male-dominated society and has reflected on medical profession too. For example, if female doctors, they are not expected to stay long in the hospital not because they would like better work-life balance for them, but because they know they will not progress to the careers. So they often allow female doctors to go home early. They see female as the only mother and carer of the children, so therefore they should be allowed to go back to home, which means they cannot be a surgeon, they cannot be a chief doctors and so on. So their career is stuck in one place. So they are treated differently. So on the surface of it, once I suggested, I thought, wow, so the woman doctors doesn't have the same work hours than the man. The simple reason is they are not expected to. They're seen to be carers. They must be at the bottom of the pile of doctor careers. So this is how at the moment is working. One or two, of course, the female doctors come out of this and do exactly what other male doctors do, which is long hours, and then progress into career. But most of the female doctors don't do that. So they become a doctor, and they basically stay at the junior level of their career because of this long hour situation.
Okay. Excuse me, one more question. According to your explanation, that male doctor has a longer hour than female. So you mentioned before that it's common in the young doctor in the Japan to commit suicide. Based on your research, how many young doctor, is it male or female who has a bigger lead to the commit suicide? Thank you.
I don't have exactly the details. I have note written somehow which I do not see, maybe in my slides somewhere. Yes, I don't exactly have points, but most likely most of them are male doctors.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
So this question from Tony. I think Tony is online, I guess. I came across your recent publication on epistemic injustice, where you call for collective intellectual activism to challenge and dismantle entrance inequalities within the discipline. Could you elaborate further on epistemic injustice and discuss how you believe it applies to international context? Tony, I'll talk about that in our next session. Thank you that you have read my paper, and this is very good to hear. Thank you. I'll discuss this issue in detail in our later session. Okay, so...
No, there's not. There's just comments. All right, thank you, Azhar, for the answer. Any other questions, probably? the participant said our voice is quite unclear. So, okay, unclear, it's quite unclear. Online.
I like to hear if any, in this room, whether any doctors who worked and can share their experience as a young doctor.
Thank you, Prof. Sazat and Foggy. Allow me, I once graduated from University of Indonesia, so I know it's a different experience there. Because recently, as Foggy has mentioned, that one of the medical residency, a female college, a 30 years old, has recently doing the suicide. Yeah, suicide. It is a nationwide news, as Foggy once said, that medical residents from anesthesiologists. The difference between maybe in Japan and in Indonesia, the women are also are expected to get a higher education, even though they become a surgeon, they become anesthesiologists, because we have the many more inexpensive labor to become a nanny, to become a babysitter. So that's why female doctors are allowed to work to achieve more in their residency. But I want to say that during my COAS or during my medical assistance or my experience as young doctors and now as more senior doctors, I think that in Indonesia there are a lot of the regulation that made it harder for doctors to have a work-life balance. As once Foggy said, when I was becoming primary doctors in clinical settings, it is very common to have midnight calls from our nurse or from our midwives to handle all the cases. We are expected to go there even as a really young doctors. I just finished my internship back then, and I was, because it is very hard for us to only have one job as a doctor in Indonesia. We are expected to have maximum is 3 jobs. Yeah, maximum 3 jobs for the what do you call it, to the hospital or the clinical settings, because it is very hard to have decent payment in Indonesia, especially with the BPJS, because it's in Indonesia, it's a different, it's a good thing, BPJS, but the payment for the doctors are very low. You can compare it to the maybe only the apa namanya ya, 2,000 rupiah per patient for BPJS settings in clinical settings. 2,000 is like we pay for the parking lot here. Yeah. So I guess there are many, but in my studies, during my studies hour in University of Indonesia, I was more than grateful to be studied there, because I didn't feel exfoliated, I didn't feel bullied. It is a different settings, of course, between here or maybe in another university. But in Unizar, we call it the bioethics system, so that they can report their mental healthness with the trained counselors here. And also we have a safe learning environment here. It is, we really take our measures for the mental health. But maybe once they went out and they have to do the clerical or they have to do residency, that's why we cannot protect them anymore, because one of the student in University of Diponegoro has suicide, has killed herself, it's not only the bullying abuse, but also the financial extortion that's happening there. Recently, that there are 3 doctors that have been held today in prison, I believe that. So, during that. So I think that it's not only the regulation only in the university, but also it is, I believe that the Ministry of Health and the BPJS should also be aware of this allegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Felia, for the insight. So, Felia mentions BPJS in some occasion. BPJS is Indonesian NHS. So actually BPJS they reflect on NHS practices and then they adopted in Indonesia. That's the context.
Okay, so only difference is little payment. So therefore, so again, you see, work-life balance is difficult here because you have to work 3 jobs, you said. So as far as the Central National Health System concerned, you're working less. But because they pay less money, then you go somewhere else to work. So it is difficult. Yeah. Thank you for sharing your experience.
May I? Yes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Abdillah. I'm from the medical faculty also, but I am. Sorry,
we cannot hear it clearly.
Oh, sorry.
Probably it's a bit close to you.
Yeah, right. I'm Abdillah. I'm also from the medical faculty, and since we are in a educational environment, does your research overlap the medical settings and training with the university settings as well? And I would really like to understand that, how it would, how do you call it, jump into the real world settings in hospital. And also, I'm a dentist, and it's the same difference between doctors and dentists here with the pressure and stuff, and the rivalry between even doctors and dentists as well. So the thing is that I've probably around 10 years ago, I've read that the number of suicide of dentists were higher compared to surgeons, general surgeons. It was probably around 10 years ago that I've read the article. And then does your study also mentions also other medical practitioner there in Japan, and how that translates into the work-life balance study? And also, yeah, I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't think there was a question, was there?
Yeah, I'd really like to know that, does your study also overlap with this university, with the academic settings as well as the training? And then does it have some kind of mention in other fields of healthcare?
Yeah, so yes, so as I said, it's a kind of interdisciplinary study, so I wanted to study this management side of things of doctors, and it is not an easy job to do this kind of study. For instance, to study medicine in Japan, I had to read history of medical profession and also the meaning of disease, how patients see the disease. I give an example on how the hospital system sees the patient. For instance, in the Western setting, if you go to a hospital, what happens? You have a new dress. If you can think that they give you a hospital dress in, say, in the UK, you cannot really carry on wearing your trousers or whatever you're wearing at home. You get a new dress. So basically, the point was that idea is that you are not pure anymore. You got a problem. So we need to separate out you as a patient and you as a normal citizen. But in Japan, this differentiation not. There is no differentiation between you being a patient and you being a normal citizen or regular person. Because also, they do not change the dress, no new dress. They can carry on as exactly as you have. At the same time, you can bring your own food to the hospital, but in the UK, you cannot. So the idea was that in Western kind of philosophy, the way they see disease is a pure evil thing. You must be cured. Must not go into the wider society. It's kind of this kind of attitude. And therefore, disease and the treatment are seen in that angle. Whereas when I was in the Japanese philosophy or Japanese setting, they don't see like that. They see it's a kind of you as an extension from your family to another setting, which is also part of your home. So, and that changes the way that you see disease, and that changes how you treat patient. I found that so fascinating in every single way, and that reflected into the way doctors operate, nurses operate, and how they administer the hospital. So my critique was that you bringing reforms from the West into the East, and East has a completely different understanding of disease, patient, hospitals, administration, everything different. And they clashes and they don't work and create new problems. So, and I can give a lot of examples. I was so fascinated by this book on how one sees the disease, and that really inspired me to study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's quite interesting. So I think it also plays in different contexts than medicine as well, by looking at other reforms in other, like bureaucratic reforms in government as well. So it's very similar one. All right, thank you. Is there any other questions? So do we still have time, or do we have to stop?
I can so go on into this further differentiation. It's quite interesting for me. For example, Japanese, I think probably some Eastern Asian country, I'm not sure, would discuss their own disease with their friends, families, mother and father and brother, right? So if you have a heart problem, you'll discuss with your son and daughter and wife and so on. It's a common thing to discuss, right? And probably discuss about doctors and which doctor I should go to, is this doctor good or bad? It happens in Japan. So disease is not a secret. This is something to be discussed. Exactly opposite in the West. This is not to be discussed, even to your wife. So I was discussing with my wife, and she happened to be also a doctor. There's another reason I get into this thing. And I was basically describing this with some enthusiasm. I said, look, Japanese are such, this is good, isn't it? And she said, no, this is not good. I said, why not? Then she told me a story, which actually probably wouldn't make sense here, but still I'll tell you that. She said, the reason they don't say these diseases to each other, even to wife, is because of this. So one female person went to GP and done some testing. She was pregnant. And then GP called the husband and said, yeah, we found the test results. Your wife is pregnant. And husband had a heart attack after listening to this, because the child is not his. So this created a divorce. So this is the reason she said that you should not discuss or reveal information to each other. But in this setting, these things doesn't happen that much, right? So therefore, it's different. So anyway, this is the... Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's quite interesting, this one. So because in Indonesian context as well, I remember in the past, my colleague, so he got heart attack, and then it was broadcasted in the WhatsApp group. So send prayer to him. He got heart attack. So hopefully they'll get better soon, something like that. I think Indonesian context is similar to Japanese context. So
in the Indonesian case, it's not just family, it's the whole country.
Yeah, I remember. So pray for the help of our colleague. So thank you. Do we have questions? Okay. So we have online question. Second one from Tony. I think it's different. It's already midnight. Oh, he's in Chicago. He's in the US. Okay. Tony Ariwijay. I have one more question. Could you share some words of wisdom for... this is a question. Could you share some words of wisdom for young faculty who are balancing family responsibilities, publication, and other workloads at universities? How can we find joy in our jobs, as you have demonstrated, and what has contributed to the longevity of your career? So that's the question. I believe Tony worked for Indonesian University, I think, because I feel these questions.
Okay, so do you want me to answer this question right now?
Yeah, that's fine, because it's about work-life balance of faculty members.
That's true. That is true. That is true. So faculty members here, right? Right. This will be difficult for our senior management people. How can we find joy in our jobs and work-life balance of family responsibility, publication, workload at the universities? So this is often very difficult issues, not just because you cannot publish or you want to publish, then you get a not very good review from the bosses, you're not publishing and so on. I think what we need is two things we need to publish and have to improve in the career. One is the support from the institutions. How institutions support an academic? Number of ways. One would be provide certain amount of training and so on, skill development and so on. That's one. Number two, provide less teaching. So if you have a less workload, then you have opportunity then to work on your research project. If you are too busy with your work, with administration, I think Fogi will tell you this, how many hours he had to work. And then I was calling from UK, hey, you're not doing work. He said, I'm working. So it's the institution's responsibility to give less amount of, so enough time to the faculties to do the publication. If you expect to publish in a good journal, you have to give the faculty enough time to do this. From the Indonesian perspective, I think I would definitely suggest to the senior management that have more contacts with faculties who are publishing abroad or local, doesn't matter, and invite them to seminars, you know, one-to-one session with the faculties. To be honest, I'm actually going, after this I'm going to a different university, and one of the purpose also to read their papers and give feedback so that they can send to top Q2, Q1 journal. So, I mean, if you create these kind of opportunities, I can give you some advice actually. You can do that. Being in Lombok, actually, you're in a good position. I can tell you some of our colleagues might be interested to fly to Lombok and stay and give you free advice. They wouldn't even charge you. So I think having contact with them would be very nice. And I'm happy to be an adjunct professor. Probably this is the beginning. And happy to read papers and things like that. So yes, giving a space to the faculties, encouraging them to publish, getting them contacted with top professors would be very, very useful, I think. So I'll talk about a few other issues later on, but for Tony, yes, the only reason I was able to do what I'm able to do because I was lucky to work in top universities where I have a space to work on my papers, on my project. So I didn't have to do 3 jobs. So this is quite important. So I'm sure that I have, yeah, I thought I have a good work-life balance. I'm teaching less amount. For example, I teach not much, so plenty of time to do what I do, research but journal editing at the moment, I wasn't doing journal editing before. Now I'm doing it. It's a very difficult job. I'm now beginning to think probably it's affecting my work-life balance. I have to read at least 2 papers in a day to decide whether this paper should go for desk rejection or review. So by being in Indonesia, I'm sure my papers are going like a list of papers in my inbox. I'm counting now, must be around 20 to 30 papers probably waiting for me to read and give feedback. So it's beginning to impact my work life perhaps, but this is something I'm also interested to do. So I'll continue to do so. Okay, thank you, Tony. I hope that you can attend the next session so that I'll be able to talk about a few other things around research. Thank you.
May I, Dr. Foggy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Ayu, and I am truly interested in your research. Actually, I also would like to have an international research, but I think I need a lot to learn. And that's why I truly appreciate this opportunity to learn from you. Professor, in conducting qualitative research on doctors in Japan, did you face any specific challenges? And what methods or strategies did you use to ensure the research went smoothly and successfully? That's all. Thank you.
Great question. It basically focused on the research method, doesn't it? So first challenge was the language. Obviously, I don't understand Japanese. So what we used to do, we go together with for the interview. If the interview can speak English, which is great, in that case it's nice, but most of the cases they don't. So my Japanese colleague would be asking question, that then interview would be asking, replying, then he then translated back to me, and often I find so frustrating because I wanted to ask follow-up question with the answer this doctor gave, but I couldn't because in the meantime the issues passed. So continuously also between me and Yuji, who is a Japanese researcher, he's also struggling to translate because translation is not easy. So for instance, when I say accountability, there's no word in Japanese, accountability. There is a word called responsibility, which is a little bit different than accountability. Things like that. So we really sort of persevere. I often, get really frustrated with the time it takes between the conversation. Fortunately, I have done so far 6 papers on Japan. So virtually, I still don't understand the language, so that's a difficult one. But every time I had the same experience of translation problem. Also, one thing I found it very interesting in Japan, when you go to interview, they usually don't come alone. So I find it so interesting. Say, for example, I want to interview one person, and that one person bring another person. So always I buy one, get one free type situation. But because they bring, the society is collective society, they always sort of rely on somebody else, they bring people together. So that's also interesting. In my experience, also I've done many interviews in many settings, not just Japan, but Japanese experience was unique. They offer you tea, which I never had that experience, offer you tea, biscuits and everything, and then they bow you to the ground. It's just so interesting. And the other thing that what Yuji Mori said to me, if you ask for the interview from them, they don't agree. But if they say, Professor, somebody from the UK coming to interview you, they agree. So they give, initially he did not understand. This is the trick he used to have, he used to use. Initially he tried his best, I cannot find anyone to speak. Then one day he told one person, yeah, some Professor Udain coming from the UK for the interview. The person, yes, I agree. Then he realized this is the trick he has to play. And every time it worked. So clearly Japanese would like to speak to non-Japanese more than their countrymen. So that worked for us. Initially we were finding it challenging. But yeah, thank you. This is some of the experience.
Thank you. Actually, I want to follow up the question as well. It's more practical questions. So when you mentioned about you invited one interviewee, but two people come. How about, is there an ethical issue? Because sometimes you might discuss about sensitive things, and then you probably have only one consent form from the interview. So yeah,
it's a good question. So we only can claim the one interview for our paper. We cannot claim two interviews. The interview bring the assistant to clarification. So the voice we only can record and present is the one person we have the ethical approval for. Okay. That answers your question, right?
Yes. Thank you. We still have time, I think. Any more questions? Because discussion is getting more interesting. Any questions? Work-life balance? No? Okay, so I have two questions, but it's a bit, it's general questions because by looking at the practice of doctor in Japan, I came up with these two questions. The first one is doctor kind of a good job in Japan. I mean, compared to, for example, in Indonesia, I think the most difficult faculty to get admitted is medical faculty. I think almost all universities in Indonesia, because of many people want to be a doctor, okay, except me. Doctor, I mean medical doctor. So is that kind of very good job to be a doctor in Japanese context?
Yeah. I can tell you two things on this one. Financially, of course, we need to see any issues from two perspectives. One is materially, other is culturally. So materially, in Japan, Japanese doctor is well paid. So they're one of the most highest earner in the workforce of
Single
Japan.
job.
Yes.
Single job.
Single job, not three jobs. But they make one job into three jobs, so that's different. Because the culture. So hence the cultural side comes in. The cultural reason is they're highly, highly respected. Because I said they're treated as a second to God. This history is based on they cure you, they help you, they serve you, they self-sacrifice from the ancient views. And that from that angle, they're seen as kind of very well respected. And patient never question doctor, never. And doctor also, as I said, they one job into three jobs, they often visit hospital thinking how patients is doing. So during their off time, there is no off time, number one. But anyway, if there is not in the hospital, they come visit hospital to see the patient because they feel obligated to that patient. So patient-doctor relationship, very, very hierarchical. If doctor said, patient listen. Because they're highly, highly respected, they will treat them well. This is not the case, by the way, in the UK. Doctor-patient is very contradictory, they fight and so on. And not very well respected, but highly, they get a lot of money. Doctors in the UK and USA, highly paid, compared to other profession. Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, thank you. Let's assume if they were not underreporting, so would they make more money in the Japanese context? Because you said it's already well paid, but in practice, they underreport their activities. So let's say if they were not underreported, so would they get more?
Well, I think, so you're assuming that they're underreporting on the documents. Doesn't mean their payment is off. They may get the payment for the overtime. But not necessarily junior doctors gets it. So because if they work 10 hours overtime, they probably report 5 hours. There is a negotiation between these two, and so on and so on. They get extra money for overtime.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what...
I wanted to know why Indonesian student wants to be doctor when payment is like three jobs thing. That's something I want to know. Why you want to be a doctor? Is yourself very highly respected?
So probably we can ask the medical students. Why do you want to be a doctor? Medical students? Why do you want to be a doctor?
Because mom and dad told you?
I want to be a doctor because I want to help each other, maybe.
Okay, so there is no salary afterwards? Would you get employed? You're not thinking about that, no? Okay. Very good. Good, good. Helping others, good. But
Maybe.
Also you have to eat. So, we need money.
Maybe money is important, but when I was be a doctor, I can work each other, like I'm a business and other.
Sorry, you have a business?
I want to be doctor entrepreneur, maybe.
Okay. She's got higher ambition than I thought. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other thought? Any other comments? Why you want to be a doctor? No? Failure probably in the past. Why did you want to be a doctor?
I'm sorry. First time I want to be a doctor because it sounded cool to be able to study at the UI, at the University of Indonesia as a medical student, because it is very highly competitive to get into there. But as time goes on, I understand that it is a highly respected job in Indonesia, especially in the daerah or in the rural area. But I'm not blaming anyone, but I can tell you that if you want to be a well-paid doctor, others then you have to have 3 jobs, or you have to become very good at what you do. You have to become like a professor or a specialist, then you will get a well-paid job. And I don't think as a well-paid job specialist, you have a work-life balance. So that's why I think it's very important to other medical students here. They're not also thinking about doing this only for the money, but if you want to the side hustle, we implemented the curriculum as a become a doctorpreneur. That's why the previous medical student told you that maybe she want to become a medicalpreneur, because in Indonesia, it is it's not respected that doctors wants to earn more money, because we have BPJS, the NHS version of Indonesia. So doctors or teachers in Indonesia's cultures are not allowed by the society or the cultural influence that they demanded more money. It is frowned upon. I think Foggy is agree with me in this.
Right.
Yeah, it is more about like pride thing maybe. If they want to be able to succeed as a doctor, as a well-paid job, I don't think that's the place in Indonesia. Therefore, you have to earn more by doing things or doing 3 jobs, as I mentioned before.
Oh, I think it's very interesting. So, doctors seen as a higher being, they should not be bothered with this small amount of money.
Yes.
So currency and this is small earthly things, that is not important, should not be important to doctors and teachers. They should be focusing on this noble profession,
yes,
which is
yes,
education and health.
Yes, you explained it very well, Prof. Azhar. That's the current situation in Indonesia. Maybe if you would like to dig deeper throughout your research, we would like to help you more, but I think that's the cultural norm in Indonesia, that especially with BPJS, where doctors are paid less and less, and then they tax very high. The Indonesian doctors are getting very high tax.
So unfortunately, cultural expectation is not matching the reality of
you can say
doctors' work and life.
And especially now with the Indonesians, I think there are more, there are lesser respects to the doctors right now.
Because they see that doctors are trying to earn money.
Yes.
Such a low-level thing.
Yes. Okay. I think that also influenced the culture in Indonesia. So there are many Indonesians now trying to get medical examination in abroad, especially in Malaysia and Singapore.
They're going abroad.
Yeah, they're going abroad for examination, for medical checkups, for operation, something like that, because there are less and less, there are declining respect or trust to Indonesian doctors.
Wow, okay. So that's the kind of consequence.
Yes, that's the kind of consequence when I think right now with the new governments, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but the new governments, the education and health is no longer the top priorities.
Okay.
It's the second to the free meals, free lunch program. Maybe you've heard.
Top priority is free lunch.
Free lunch program, makan bersama gratis. Yeah, so different priorities right now in Indonesia.
Got it. Trumpism. Okay, thank you.
I think any questions before I close this session? I think because we're running out of time. No? If not, thank you very much for the questions and discussions. And Professor Azhar, thank you very much as well for the very insightful discussion on your paper and findings and our reflection on Indonesian context and other professions in Indonesia as well. So thank you. And I'll MC.
Yes.
Time is yours, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Yogi and Professor Sasnas, maybe you can return back to your seat. Next, we are heading to have a break time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to let you having some break time and lunch. We're going back to see you again to our next discussions at 1 p.m. Baik, untuk acara selanjutnya kita akan istirahat. Bagi peserta, kami mohon untuk kembali lagi ke acara kami hari ini di jam 1 siang. Kami persilakan peserta untuk menikmati makan siangnya atau istirahat. Terima kasih. Sampai bertemu lagi nanti. Di jam 1 siang. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and please take your seat. Next is the second expert lectures by Professor Azhar Udin, and the discussion will be led by our moderator, Mr. Rogi Gautama Buana Putra, SA, MSc, PhD, AFEA. Mr. Fogi, the stage is yours. And also, Mr. Professor Sahanatuddin, you might take your seat.
Okay, thank you, MC, for handing over to me. So, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, you already full with the lunch, very good lunch. So, hopefully, you're not getting sleepy because you got you already finished. You just finished your lunch. So, on the second session of our today's lecture is about writing good papers, and then hopefully we can Professor Azhar also can share his excellent experience in writing as well as published paper in top journals. Okay, without further ado, so time is yours, Professor.
Hello, welcome everyone back to the room after lunch. Hopefully Fogi not suggesting you to go to sleep. Please don't go to sleep. So before I start, I'd like to know how many of you here are a lecturer? Can you raise your hand? Lecturer. Lecturer. Okay, good. So some of you are a student, right? Only medical student? No, students. Okay, right. And so the topic might be a little bit off for you. I don't know whether it might be interesting for you, but it's definitely, I hope, interesting for the faculties. Because I'll be talking about how to publish paper. If you are interested to publish papers, this is the right lecture. So can we start with these slides, please? Do you have the slide? Okay. The title is Research and Publication in the Majority World. So this, everybody knows a little bit what is research, everybody knows what is publication probably, but probably the last word is new, right? I don't think you've heard this word before, have you? The majority world. So this is a concept I'm trying to introduce to accounting and also to social science and all science discipline. So the way I like to, first I have to define what is the majority world. Then I'll be talking about how to do research and how to publish. And why I'm interested in this term, I'll explain in a minute. Go to the next slide. Okay, so the majority world apparently used not in accounting or any discipline, but anthropologists used this word before. So basically it replaces the traditional term like third world. So Indonesia would have been not seen as a third world or developing countries. So I like to challenge this notion, because as soon as you say developing world or third world, it seems like a not up to standard, right? If somebody says third class, third world meaning third class. So the Western country used to call all other countries as third world or developing countries. It has a negative connotation. On the other end, if we see the majority world, which does not indicate any negative things, is simply saying majority of the countries in the world. So it only highlights the strength of non-Western countries. So if I think about Western countries, how many countries? I can count. Anglo-American countries like Australia, New Zealand, America, Canada, those 4 countries. And then few Western European nations, for example, France, Germany, Italy or Spain, few countries like that. So you can count how many countries in Western world, but if you count non-Western world, it would be majority of this population lives, right? Majority of the countries are non-Western. So my point is, the knowledge we know, maybe science or maybe social science, are based on the knowledge of Western world. Hence, I want to say that the knowledge from the non-Western world not being prioritized, not being given opportunity to increase the knowledge base. So if you know about something, you only know about something from the Western perspective, right? And hence our knowledge based off anything is very narrow. So my argument is, and I will show you why I'm saying this, that to enhance the knowledge base of any discipline, maybe accounting, maybe finance, maybe management, maybe engineering, or any science, is not listening to the voices, perspectives of majority of the countries. So this is an important point. And also it is important because nowadays it also has economic significance of the majority world. For example, only 4 countries, BRICS we call it, Brazil, Russia, and other countries include only 50, they have GDP 56 trillion, whereas G7, which is the Western countries, have, excluding Japan. So in my majority world definition, Japan is also included on a list because Japan is not Western countries. So G7, excluding Japan, is 46 trillion. So economically also, non-Western countries are stronger. So yes, in the yesteryears, in the 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, Western world was economically powerful. Not anymore. So, the current scholarship, in my case I'm saying accounting scholarship, but in any scholarship, is totally biased, in my view, very biased towards minority world, which is mainly Anglo-American countries and few Western European nations. Now, you can argue, okay, in science, does it matter which countries this knowledge coming from? Science is based on objective facts, right? I think it does matter. The reason it does matter is this. Western world will only solve the Western problem, right? I mean, I can give a good example. For example, there is no so very recently, until recently, there is no vaccine for malaria. Why? Malaria is not Western disease. Malaria is African disease. So they're not interested to solve the problem until very recently. So even science is affected by the perspective you take. So it's important for us to understand and demonstrate that you have been missing out. Knowledge in social science and science have been narrowly based on Western countries' issues, so leaving out the majority world. So hence my title, How to Publish Research and Publication to Promote the Voices of the majority world into the knowledge base. If you read a book, textbook, maybe it's written in Bahasa, is it Bahasa called, Indonesian language? Maybe they translate it from English or other languages. All these knowledges has always been narrowly based because of focus on Western issues. Okay, next slide, please. So this is an example why I'm saying that our knowledge, current knowledge, is very much narrow. You see, only 9.5% of articles in ranked journal focus on emerging or non-Western countries. What does it mean? It means 90% of the knowledge coming from Western world, only few countries. So therefore, knowledge we have about any, in accounting of course, and also other knowledge, is pretty narrow. We know nothing almost about anything on accounting because we're ignoring 90% of the population. So there's a number of reasons here. People say, oh, the reason we don't have publication from majority world or from Indonesia, because they have a small number of, we don't receive papers from them. How do I publish it? If I don't receive an articles from Lombok, how do I publish about Lombok, right? Good reasoning. If nobody submit from Lombok, nobody would know about Lombok. Not enough, not good enough. Do you know why? Because the journal editors were not welcoming to these researchers, not telling, please do submit. We have a space for you. They are not encouraging. Hence, it is their fault. Journal orientation. Often, a lot of journals says, oh, we are not for unimportant countries. We don't submit, we don't take papers from Indonesia. So what is happening? All the articles they're publishing is just giving them narrow basis. And they're making decision on the basis of those knowledge. They're preparing policies. They're setting standard. They're exporting knowledge back to us, back to Indonesia, without listening what we have to say. So it's just cycle, vicious cycle of knowledge transferring, knowledge creation, which is based on very few countries. Unfortunately, also, I call it citation-based bias. Also, when people do publish from Indonesia, they don't want to cite papers from Indonesia because they think it's not important. So biasness also embedded in us. We don't want to give importance to our knowledge. So that's also sort of recycling that cycle, a vicious cycle of knowledge creation and dissemination is continuing. Go next slide, please. even though, I mean, this is only from the accounting side of things, the researcher from this majority was facing problem. Still, there are a lot of papers published in top journals, and I listed some of those here. The reason they are published, because they're doing very special topics. This is the way to publish. You have to always bring new stuff to the journal editor. If you have to say, for example, if you look at the number 4 says accounting controls in extreme condition, right? So this is an interesting condition where how control happens. So these kind of papers that journal editors are interested. So when you publish something, say for example, your own unique experience, journal editors are usually interested to publish. So when you do research, always think about your own unique condition, and that will increase the knowledge base. I think very few minutes ago, I was discussing with your colleague that we have a paper that we are considering to publish, the papers from Bali. So what is this paper about? Roughly about how Balinese culture shapes the sustainability practice that Balinese people do. So in a sense that we increasing the knowledge of sustainability by looking at Balinese culture. Fogi, can you tell me what is this culture? Nipu, what? Trihita Karana. It's a way of life. So similarly, I encourage researchers from here, from Lombok, think about your own cultural values or anything unique you think can influence concepts like sustainability. For example, United Sustainable Development Goals, right? These goals created based on certain knowledge, right? And that knowledge, not your knowledge. We already know this, because they don't know your knowledge. You see? So, SDG, or Sustainable Development Goals, is a good thing. Okay, how do you find these goals? It's based on some Western knowledge or Western understanding of East. That's what we say. So East has always been quiet. They have not been vocal. Their voices have not been heard. I was talking to your colleague, is he here? Who is looking after us? Reza. Where is Reza? Is he not here? So we're talking about his research about Islamic finance. Islamic finance, interesting thing. But is it an interesting thing for, how do you make it even more interesting? So basically I gave him the advice, perhaps you think about Islamic thinking, connect with this SDG, whether they matches, clashes, or something, and then look at your own experience in Lombok and see how the practices in Lombok matches with any of those. So for example, theory says about Islamic finance, fine. What does it match with the reality of Lombok practices? Like that. So you need to connect the theory that we know of with the reality that you are facing. All these topics you see here are like that. For example, number 6, corporate governance in extreme circumstances. So this is like extreme circumstances like inflation, extreme circumstances like poverty, things like that. Corporate governance and tradition and culture. So all these things are interesting. All these things, what is they doing? They're increasing the knowledge of corporate governance, for instance. Because we're bringing new perspective to the knowledge of corporate governance by looking at unique topics. So in the morning, I presented a paper on work-life balance, right? Work-life balance, drawing on the experience of Japan. So what I'm doing, I'm increasing the knowledge base of work-life balance by bringing Japanese experience into it. So you have to think like that. You think of a concept and then bring your own experience into it. You're increasing the knowledge base of that concept. And that's how you make your voices heard, your knowledge input into the concept. You extend the concept by bringing new experience into it. Am I clear? Am I boring? Am I clear? Do you have any? You can ask question. In between, you can stop me. So next slide. So, this is not today, I suddenly realized knowledge is very narrow. I realized that long time ago. Then I decided we have to do something. I have to make our knowledge heard in the world. So I started a journal with the help of Emerald Publication House called Journal of Accounting in Emerging Economy. Right? So this is only knowledge that coming from emerging economy, I wish to publish in this journal. So this journal is dedicated to giving voice to scholars who are studying the majority world context. So we started that in 2010, not long ago, considering all other journals started long time ago. So first year we received 50 submissions. Now we have nearly 600 submissions. I told you before, in the morning, I have to read 2 papers in a day, to decide on the papers. And 25. So what we have is nearly our journal suddenly gone very attractive to many researchers because they found a place. We call it they found a home. They found the space. They found the courage to send papers to the journal. Yesteryears, if you write about even Indonesia, people say, I don't want to submit this article to some other places because nobody would be interested in Indonesia, right? 10, 20 years ago. Now we have this journal, people do send. In fact, our journal is most read in Indonesia. I think it's the top, our readership in Indonesia, the most highest in the world, followed by China, and then followed by United Kingdom. So we have done well in terms of the score. So you can see all this Q1, 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 which means that this journal have very bright future. Maybe it will become #1 journal in the world. Not very distant future, because we're receiving papers and they're quality papers. So you have to publish in this journal, right? I want you to publish in this journal. That's why my visit is for. Is that right, Fogi? I want Indonesian articles to be published in the journal. And what to do? Doesn't mean that you submit something I accept. No, it doesn't work like that, because it has to be good quality. And sometimes you have the talent, you have the skills, but you actually don't know how to execute it. So this is what I'm going to explain today. Not everything, but something that I want to explain, which might help you to submit to this journal. Next slide. So first strategy, to publish in a good journal, not just my journal, other journals too. I'm not talking about Q3, Q4, Q5, Q6. I'm talking about Q1, Q2. You have to ask relevant research question. This is the first thing. Whether your question is interesting. The problem at the moment is that we, as a human being, we always mimic. We want to do what somebody else is doing. And that actually gets us into real trouble. Because when you try to mimic, means you read other articles. And most of the articles at the moment are Western topics. So what you do, you basically try to copy Western topics into Eastern countries or majority world, and that is not very relevant. So you need to ask question which is relevant to your context. And this is the first key. I think the moment ago, I said that we are considering Balinese culture and sustainability, right? If somebody wrote to me only sustainability, I'd be, oh, okay, it's not uncommon. I have seen this paper. I've seen this kind of paper before. But as soon as I saw it's a Balinese culture and sustainability, I thought, oh, this is interesting. Because we have not heard this before. So to make your paper interesting, always think about your own context, your own unique situation, and then brought into the established concept. So take an example of corporate governance study, how mimicry works. So for example, monitoring of executives is a common topic, accounting, versus compensation package. So compensation package is a key topic, and rightly so, in the Western countries. Why? Because in Western corporations, owners are not present in the corporation. They are outside. They're also small owners. The executives get lots of money, and so therefore it's important for them to study compensation package as one of the important tools of corporate governance. But at the same time, it is not important for Indonesia, for instance, because Indonesian corporation, most of the case, I don't know, most of the majority cases, corporations are family owned. So owners are already in the company. There is no need to discuss compensation package because they already know about this. So what they need to do, something else. So for your context, maybe monitoring executives would be an interesting topic. So things like that. So the topic which is interesting to your context, focus on that. Board of directors, good topic for rich countries, for America, for USA, because owners are not present in the corporation. On the other hand, family dynamics maybe is an interesting topic for majority world. Like that. So you have to think what is interesting for us, not what is in the literature. Of course, you have to read the literature, that's important, and think about your own context so that you don't just mimic. Mimicry is not the right choice. You have to read existing study to know what is already there, then think about your context, then you set a research question. So asking relevant, unique research question is the key to publish in a good journal. Am I clear enough? Do you have any question? So, any researchers in this room, I would hope that if somebody say, I am interested in Islamic finance, that's not interesting. Do you know why? Everybody knows about Islamic finance. What you have to do, Islamic finance and what? That's what you have to do. Bring in something new to the topic, to the established topic. Okay, so that's how you ask. That's how you ask a relevant question. Next slide. So I give you some topic here. I call it counter-hegemonic research, exploring new horizon. So anybody interested, not only just accounting, finance, management, any other discipline, you look at the United Sustainable Development Goals. Look at each of these aspects, then connect with your own context. Discuss development goals, connecting with your own context. Microfinance, interesting topic maybe. Maybe interesting topic for Indonesia, but it's not so interesting topic for UK. So microfinance will be a nice topic for you to connect with the local context. Human rights, labor control, gender equality, all these topics are interesting. Then number 2, cultural vantage point, pioneering new methodology, local theoretical roots. So local cultural values are quite interesting. If you bring them in to the topic, is very important, interesting. You talk about methodology, new methodology from local knowledge, very interesting. So you can have a look all of those lists and perhaps think about your own research along this line. And I'm sure you'll be able to publish those papers. So asking right question, asking relevant question, asking question from your own context, challenging the existing concept, using your own experience is a very good way to publish papers. Fogi, do you not agree? He agrees. Good. Next one. Now, okay, we finished the question. What is the method we should be looking at? How you collect data? Again, for collecting data, we have seen, we always kind of use data or method used by the previous researcher, right? It's a common way to do it. And unfortunately, our previous studies always based on Western thinking. So in the Western thinking, questionnaire, last data set examination, econometrics model are very common. You have to think whether these methods are suitable for you. I'm not saying you should not take them. Only thing I'm asking for you to reflect whether you should take them in your own context. Is it better not to take this quantitative method? Maybe take qualitative method. Maybe that is more interesting for you. It depends on your context. So qualitative studies emerged recently, which is, I think, is a good thing, because that can be used by many, many countries. So this is, you don't need large data set. You don't need survey questionnaire. You don't need econometrics models. All you need, access to people and listen to their story, interviews, observation, those sort of things. And those are the quality research method, I think very useful for places like this place, Lombok. You don't have access to big database. What do? You don't do research on database. You do research which supports qualitative research. So I would definitely encourage you to follow, to adopt the research method which suits your research question, suits your context. And I believe qualitative research is much more suitable in a smaller context, when lack of database is very apparent. But unfortunately, this is the unfortunate bit. People don't think quality research is a good research. Everywhere I go, they ask, oh no, this is not generalizable and this is not good. It's very difficult to convince people in many countries, look, quality research also interesting and it could generate knowledge. It talks about, it gives you explanation, not the statistical generalization. And I'm finding it difficult to convince people, but unfortunately, this is the case, that quality research is a good thing, but not getting the presence in the majority world. We also need to do new things, new ideas for methodological innovation. For example, storytelling. I think in our conference, our keynote speaker talked about that, right? Storytelling is a good thing, good method. Oral story. I'm just wondering whether you guys have any tradition of oral story method here, I don't know. If you have, would be an interesting one to add. Whatever you have, think how people created knowledge before writing. Maybe through the storytelling, right? So storytelling also could be an interesting method, way of collecting data. It captures the rich human experiences and social realities. So the point I'm saying is, think about innovative methods, think about methods which suits you, think about methods which suits the research question. And if you gives us a new method, that would be really interesting for the discipline as a whole. Okay, we don't have to follow what has been done so far. In the literature review, as I said, is totally biased against the majority world. So I'll urge you, think about new methods that suits your question. Okay, so next one. Okay, so we talked about asking relevant question, finding research method, suitable research method. And now, this slide is going to talk to you about how basically you make it more interesting to the journal editor. And a few minutes ago I said, I have to read papers, then I have to dust reject papers. This is based on my experience, which paper I usually dust reject, and which paper I do not dust reject. First thing, in any paper that you have to do is to identify the debate in the literature. So how does your paper contribute to the debate? This is the first thing you have to say. That will make your paper academically important. So 2 reasons why paper gets accepted. You have to demonstrate this paper academically important. Second, it is practically important. So, if you want to study about sustainability, right? Now, sustainability is a huge topic. Everybody talks about sustainability. So you have to show what is the current debate in sustainability and how you make this debate more enrichful, more enriched. So again, I go back to our Balinese paper. The reason I got interested in it, because it makes me to look at sustainability from a different angle. So Balinese culture and sustainability practice. So the debate was how sustainability can be practiced in real life. And then they bring this Balinese culture and so make it interesting because it gives us a new perspective. So add to the debate of sustainability practice. So you need to identify the debate in the literature, bring your own context to make it stronger. So if somebody says, oh, I'm interested in something like public sector, it's not interesting. Do you know why? Everybody is doing public sector. What makes it interesting, if you say, I am addressing this debate in public sector, then it makes interesting. And secondly, practical importance. Sometimes is very important, and sometimes if you have a good academic importance, then practical importance probably doesn't matter. So what is practical importance? You need to demonstrate why we need your topic practically. For example, if you do sustainability, we can say it's important for this country, for this context, for the context you're coming from, because they're spending money on it, and so on and so forth. So practical importance is how policymakers is going to use it. So that's practical importance. You don't have to have it in a paper, but if you have it, that would be great. What you have to have is academic importance. That's a must. So you have to identify the debate, that's the must. And you sort of bonus is having a discussion of practical importance or policymakers. The reason it is, this is also Q3, Q4, kind of Q5 situation comes along, is because most of these low quality journals only focus on practical importance. They only talk about consultancy report, what should be done, what can be done, and those sort of things, which is important. I'm not saying they're not important. But academic journal basically focus on whether your contribution made a contribution to the debate in the literature. That is the key. And that makes a journal academic journal. So in your paper, I read introduction. If I do not see that if you identified the debate and you said this is the way I'm going to contribute to the debate, if you don't say that, paper is rejected. So sometimes I find it easy to reject because I don't see this. So I don't have to read the full paper. I read introduction, bit of discussion, and conclusion. If I don't see any of those things, just reject. So introduction must be about how you contribute to the debate in the literature. Okay, now, what is not sufficient to the problematization? This is called problematization. Identifying the debate, contributing to the debate is called problematization. So what is not sufficient? For example, if somebody say, no studies done on this topic in my country, this is not sufficient because you did not identify the debate. Before you say this, you have to say, this is the debate, and this is how I'm contributing. Yes, no study on your topic in your country is fine. It may be an interesting point of departure, but this should not be your main point. No one has studied this topic. Okay, so how do you contribute to the debate? You have to explain that. No research used in this method. Again, fine. How do you contribute to the debate? And lastly, identified the debate, but based on outdated literature. Somebody said, there is no studies in this area, And there is a debate here, and I'm going to contribute. And reference is 2007, or 2000, or 1990, 80, before the guy born even. So that's not good. Has to be recent literature. So identify the debate based on recent studies. And your own experience, unique context, makes it so easier to contribute to the debate. You find it in English culture, it's extremely difficult for them to find the context unique enough because they have done a lot of research already. Imagine you living here, that's actually an advantage. Gives you a lot of space to advance the debate because nobody heard about, no, everybody heard about Lombok, that's different. But nobody heard about Lombok accounting practice, for instance. So that's an extremely interesting point to make. So, your main point in this slide is basically three things. You first read the literature, identify the debate, make your context unique enough to contribute to the debate. Use your own context to contribute to the debate. Use the recent studies as a reference so that the reader can see you have studied the recent studies and you're bringing your own unique situation to advance the debate in the topic you are advancing. And that makes the paper not to get a desk rejection. You see? Somebody says, if your paper not desk rejected, basically you pass already. If desk, unfortunately in our journal I have to desk reject like 50%. When I desk reject means that you don't get any chance. But if I don't desk reject, then 50% paper goes to the reviewer. So that's a different game. This is the first hurdle. And I think, and Foggy and I submitted a paper, and he was checking every day, what happened to this paper? Has the editor desk rejected the paper? Morning, evening, lunch. And finally he said, oh, our paper was not desk rejected. So happy. So it's kind of you already passed 50%. Basically, you qualified in the football league, you're into the field. So in the field, now you have 2 reviewers, 2 referees, and I call game begins. Game between you and the 2 reviewers. But you don't qualify to the game if you miss this. You need to qualify for the game. Sometimes even after this you don't qualify. And that call it epistemic injustice. And that's the term I use in my paper. Even if paper has everything I said, still editor do not send the paper to the reviewers. And that is we call injustice. And I wrote a paper on this, and that's what one of your colleagues was referring to this morning. Everything right about this paper, but still don't get to send because they're from Indonesia, or because they're from non-UK context, or because they're from particular method, or because of their topic is very much not for Western readers, all kinds of things you can think of. But paper absolutely have hit everything you need. Still don't get to send to the reviewers. And that is the clear sign of epistemic injustice. So And that's what the majority of researchers face sometimes. Not necessarily, they have sometimes, of course, bad research, I understand. So that's not, let's not say that. But even if sometimes you have got everything right, still you face another struggle because it is from Indonesia, you see. So, you know, next slide. There's few other things maybe you need to look after. Makes you no language problem. But nowadays, ChatGPT, you know, everybody's English so good nowadays. I read email, I thought, oh my God, where is the words coming from? It's not a problem. As long as you use ChatGPT for improving English, that's fine. We accept that. Journal, accept that. So this is okay. So don't say that language is a problem anymore, because language is not. ChatGPT does the thing for you. All you have to do, write something in English, not Vasa, something in English, put it in ChatGPT, they'll fix it for you. But read it again, because ChatGPT is something very, very poor. And also they give you, they change things. You read every sentence. Sometimes they rewrite the things, sound like very clever. In fact, there is nothing in it. So you have to read your own thing. Even if you use that, it's not a problem using it, but make sure that you actually said those things. So getting the paper to be considered for the review is half job done. And this is a great achievement. If somebody says, my paper is under review, we think, oh, it's good, very happy, promotion. Okay, so next slide. So after the review, when your paper, you not only want your paper gone to the review, you want paper to be published. And good discussion section is the way to publish. So when I say half job done, and this is the one of the important other half. You have to have a good discussion section. So basically this section you have to, this should go beyond finding themselves. So this section makes what is journalistic piece, what is academic piece. For example, when journalist writes a report, for example, there is an accident, right? So road accident on the road, journalist writes a report. This happened, that happened, describe an event, right? So just journalistic piece. As an academic, if you do that, that will be journalistic piece. You just describe these things, that's not enough. What do you have to do? You have to explain these things. Why this accident happened, what are the reasons or driving factors to have this kind of accident and so on and so forth. So you have to have you have to say more than findings as an academic piece. Not just description of events, but also explanation, abstraction of events. So in the discussion, you can do that. Findings section only describe the findings, but discussion, an opportunity to discuss your findings. And that should go beyond the findings themselves. You don't simply re-describe the events. Here, you explain the findings. To explain the findings, we sometimes use other concept to explain it. For example, if I go back to your Balinese culture paper, I can't remember full paper, but I can give an example anyway. So for example, this paper wrote about this sustainability practice. That would be description. But in the discussion section, they have to explain this sustainability practice from their Balinese culture. So that means going beyond the findings. You're explaining something new. You're adding something to the literature. So use the theoretical concept or cultural values, whatever you have, to say something more than empirical findings. Explore the implications. And then, after explaining, what do the findings say about the broad research issues? So you come back to your research issues and explain how these findings, how this explanation contribute to the debate, which you identified earlier. So basically, bring back your introduction section here. So explain, then say how does explanation useful in contributing to the issues you are debating in the introduction section. And basically that would means that you are improving the state of knowledge in the literature. You're improving the concept of sustainability, right? If you use the culture values. And explicitly say this, it's not easy job, it's a difficult job. But I think most of our young researcher actually fails into that. They don't know what to discuss, how to discuss, and what makes paper interesting, how to say this, all these questions. This is a very important point. Every time you write your discussion section, I hope you check. This is a checklist. Use the theoretical concept to say something more than empirical. What do the findings say about the broad research issues? And how does it impact the state of the knowledge? So if you think about those questions and write your discussion section, I think you'll have a great discussion section. Okay? Okay, go to the next section if I have one. Okay, so now be strategic. So when the editor send the papers to the reviewers, they already bought your story. They think this might be a good paper. So once you receive the reviews, and then I call the game begins. So you must, reviewers read your paper, and they have their own perspective, right? And they give you comments. And you must appear to consider all the comments you get from the reviewers. If you don't say, this reviewer is stupid, that will not work. You're done. You must appear to consider all the reviewers' comments. Even still, when I receive the review, I'm not happy. I think, oh, the reviewers have not read my paper. This is not good. So I put the review, hide it for a few days, 1 week, or send it to Foggy to read it. Excuse me. Then, when I get back to it, I can slowly see that actually reviewers is right. You know, somebody says customers is always right, right? There is a concept, right? Customers are always right, and use the same thing. Reviewers are always right. So what you have to do, you may not agree with the reviewers for simple reason that, oh, maybe reviewers are wrong. They may all be the case. But you must consider them and then if you don't agree, tell them why you don't agree. if you don't agree. But if you agree, do everything they want you to do. Do not rush it. Even if it's small revision, you have to take time, and they give you time. And you must be careful with the response to the reviewers. Always thank you, and so on, so on. And take also extension if you need, and must be firm but polite if you do not agree with the reviewers. So these are the strategically you should do. And sometimes, like researchers, they think, reviewers are wrong, bastard. I need to say something strong word to this reviewer and everything will be okay. No. Editors see that your response is bad, you can say that your paper will be rejected, even if you had chance. So you must be polite. But if you don't agree, give reasons why I don't agree. Next slide. Okay, so this is, can you go back again? Go back to the previous slide. Okay. So this point, up to this point, I was talking about how to respond to the reviewer. So first, let me summarize what I've discussed. First, you have to take the unique research issues to publish. Use your own context to contribute to the debate of the literature. That's introduction, right? Take a unique topics, find your context to contribute to the debate in the literature. That helps your problematization. Secondly, write a good discussion section, right? Not only describe of your findings, also say more than findings. Use theoretical concept to explain the findings. Then you demonstrate how this explanation contribute to the literature, which you have been discussing in the introduction section. These two sections is the most important section for your, not to get this rejection. But when it goes to the reviewers, then you listen to the reviewers, you discuss, your game begins. But I have a very long lecture on how to write every section, but obviously we don't have time for this. I have a, for example, workshop how to write an introduction section, how to write literature review section, how to write findings section, how to write discussion and conclusion. So every section needs. But anyway, I talked about two important sections for you, and that's important. I also give some ideas here that you might be, you might find useful. The next slide is about something else. I think is slightly connected. Is that I have a center, or we have a center called Center for Global Accountability and Development. So basically, we host, the research center promotes research projects in accounting, finance, and other areas in non-Western countries, the majority world. We also host the journal. So if you're interested in postdoctoral fellowship or anything, any project that you want to be connected with the research center, you can contact me. You can see the email address. Yes? You can take a note. Especially this is for our lecturers, not for a student. Also, I take the opportunity to invite you to join the online course, and this is, I think, important for anyone, that postgraduate student, not undergraduate, lecturer, policymakers, anyone. We recently launched at this center. It will help you to learn new knowledge on the various topics, from artificial intelligence to public sector accountability, and generate new ideas. So if you click the link, you see that. Can you click the links? Anybody there? There you go. Go down. So this is what the Assets Accounting and Global Governance School about. So go down, further down. So suitable for, look, stay there. It's for postgraduate students in any discipline, academics, researchers, aspiring to work, already working, or want to do PhD, NGOs, public sector, everything. So we're doing some modules, go down further, like this. So module 1, governance and accountability in global development, sustainability accounting, extractive industry account, macrofinance, public sector, and artificial intelligence and accounting. So basically, these are the things you're offering to our researchers around the world. If you want to develop your ideas in any of this area, do join us. Okay, so I conclude. You got a certificate, you got a degree. So that degree will be called, go up, so I can tell the certificate. So it will be called the certificate for the Essex School and Global Development School. Essex Accounting and Global Development Schools. So there's the certificate you get. But certificate, he reminded me because he thought certificate is important. For me, his important thing is knowledge you gather and so on. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, this is online. This is not face-to-face. You don't have to go anywhere.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Zazad, for delivering very insightful lecture, especially on how to publish papers in good journals, as well as how to write publishable papers, not only how to publish, but also writing a publishable paper. So as he mentioned at the end of his lecture, that bringing in the context or the uniqueness of your setting is very, very important to improve the chance of to get publications, especially in top journal like Q1 or Q2. So, and then some other key point has been mentioned as well at the end of the lecture. And I think my bold notes here says that about, although you mentioned that we have now ChatGPT, okay, for helping the Indonesian researchers. But based on my experience as well as Indonesian scholars, especially before I moved to the UK, so many Indonesian scholars, they have insufficient foundation for the research. Good foundation for research skills. So for example, like on the one hand, probably they might have good academic writing skills, but on the other hand, they might not have adequate skills to problematize the research idea, for example. And more importantly, so not all people can access it. Especially the ChatGPT or Copilot in Microsoft or other AI tools. So that I think this is big homework also for Indonesian governments, how to improve this kind of skills, including in my own observations, including the one who already hold PhD. They still face this kind of problems. So that I think keep practicing is also the key for having good research paper as well.
Yes, I think the key thing would be, I guess, for early career researchers sort of get engaged with the senior researchers. Maybe that also useful. And that is the key, to work with the senior colleague who already published before. That is useful. And also, I think collaboration like this also useful. For example, I haven't given a lecture like this before, so I hope that you can take something away from this and use it, and like that. So, continuous collaboration with researchers and institutions, abroad and local, of course, that might be useful. The other structural issues you said about they don't have access to ChatGPT, is that you said?
Yeah.
ChatGPT is free. Why don't have access it? Is
For
it not?
example, in some remote areas, because Indonesia is very fast, so they don't have adequate internet infrastructure. So
okay.
Something like that. So
okay.
That might
But
be a
it's
problem.
good. I try to use the internet. It's fine. I use ChatGPT here too.
Yeah, Lombok is fine.
Yeah.
Other eastern
Okay.
of Indonesia.
You have access to journal?
Unfortunately, not all universities have access to Emerald, Theron Francis, Elsevier, not all.
Yeah, I have a solution for that. Even if you don't have access journal, use free website like ResearchGate. ResearchGate is a key source. Google Scholar, you can at least read the abstract. Those sort of things. And academic you do, also good source. Yeah, so we have, I think I don't have access to database is the own argument. You can sort of,
All right. Thank you very much. So, is there any questions? We move on to the next sessions. Is there any questions? One.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, Prof. Mohon maaf, saya tidak terlalu bisa speaking in English. Mohon untuk moderator terjemahkan. Ya, perkenalkan saya dengan Ibu Triana Ligdona Aprilani. Kami dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Ini sangat menarik, Prof, Pak Moderator, Pak Fogi Gautama Buana Putra. Apalagi kita dosen ini dituntut untuk tridharma. Nah, materi hari ini sangat menarik untuk kami para dosen dari Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, di mana di fakultas kami ada 2 prodi, yaitu prodi akuntansi dan prodi ekonomi pembangunan. Nah, pertanyaan saya menarik sekali tadi di slide yang pertama itu tentang majority word yang digunakan untuk istilah accounting. Ya, bukan begitu? Majority word untuk pergantian istilah.
Mengganti istilah negara berkembang.
Ya, untuk negara berkembang. Nah, untuk kami dosen di ekonomi, apakah penggunaan istilah majority word ini memiliki kekuatan untuk kita menulis tentang accounting? Itu dengan menggunakan istilah majority word ini, konsepnya. Apakah dengan menggunakan konsep dari majority word ini kita memiliki kekuatan untuk menulis dan publish di Scopus? Itu pertanyaan saya. Nah, yang kedua, saya mencoba untuk publish di PLOS ONE, itu langsung di-reject tanpa tidak diberitahukan apa saja yang kurang dari tulisan saya. Nah, apakah dengan di-reject itu kita bisa menanyakan kembali ke pihak publisher di mana yang lebih tepat untuk kita publish? Nah itu yang kedua, dua pertanyaan itu saja. Pak Moderator, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Dengan Ibu siapa tadi? Maaf.
Ibu Triana Lidona Aprilani, dipanggil Ibu Lani saja.
Lani, oke Ibu Lani. Lani saja. Lani saja nanti.
Lani saja.
Lani saja.
Lani. Nggak pakai saja.
Oke. Lani nggak pakai saja.
Nggak pakai saja.
Okay.
Madu boleh?
Dari Ibu Lani nggak pakai saja. So we got one questions from Economics and Business Faculty member. So the first, two questions. The first question was about, she asked you whether if the accounting scholar start to use the term of majority of the world to replace emerging economies context or least developed economies context, does it increase a chance for getting publications? That's the first question.
No, it does not. But you are going to use the right terms. That is the main purpose. Similarly, if you use third world countries, doesn't increase or decrease anything. But majority of what I said is because it's the positive terms rather than negative terms. And we have the reference for that. I published papers on it. So you have to give a reference to that. No, it doesn't increase or decrease anything.
Ya, jadi tidak mempengaruhi. Jadi hanya memperkenalkan istilah baru yang lebih positif dibandingkan hanya menggunakan negara berkembang. Gitu. Karena misalnya majority of the world, Jepang juga termasuk majority of the world. Walaupun mereka negara maju, tapi mereka konteksnya non-western. Gitu. So for, ada mau follow up? Dari yang pertanyaan pertama?
Sudah cukup.
Okay. So the second question was, she got dash rejection from a journal, and that we don't know, without any further explanation why.
Tidak ada balasan dari pihak publisher plus one itu tidak ada kurangnya di mana apa itu tidak ada.
So she said that there was no explanation why it was rejected, like this, the strength or weaknesses of the paper. Is that possible to ask the editors why is it rejected?
Atau boleh kita menanyakan pihak publisher itu di mana yang tepat dari isi artikel itu untuk kita publish di mana gitu?
Or is that possible also to ask the editors where this paper might fit in other journals? Probably.
Yeah, both question you can ask. I think you should ask. If you don't see a reason, you should ask the editor why this paper was rejected. Usually explanation you get at the bottom of the email, or at least they give you indication where the reasons are. Even if like 4 or 5 lines, they say, oh, this paper has no contribution to the debate and so on and so forth, they will tell you. If they don't, you must ask the editor. This is their responsibility, number one. Number two, what is the question? Yes, you can ask the question, but it is not they don't have to reply on this one, but you can ask. Your first question they have to answer.
Okay, sudah. Jadi kalau alasan untuk ditolak, itu editor itu wajib memberitahu. Jadi Ibu punya hak untuk menerima alasan itu. Tapi yang kedua bisa saya ditanya, cuma mungkin aja editor tidak membalas. Yang kedua ya, yang alternatif jurnal. Tapi bisa juga editor membalas gitu. Gitu. Ada yang mau di follow up?
Pas, cukup. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Any questions? Yeah.
Hello, Prof. I'm a lecturer in Department of Agriculture, but this is very interesting to know about rationalize for publication. According to your speech before about publication have very something unique, and could you explain how you rationalize a research project so that it becomes sustainable for publication? Because I think it's hard to develop a research idea into something unique enough for publication. Thank you.
How to? How to shape the research question unique enough to publishable research question, right? I think I gave you an example before on the sustainability accounting. If you write sustainability accounting in say simply says sustainability accounting in Indonesia, may not be that interesting because maybe thousands of other people written about it. So it's not unique enough. So what makes it interesting? By saying something new. So how does culture shapes sustainable accounting? So that's a broader research question. Maybe there's a few other literature on the how does culture shapes accounting, but in this case you could say how cultural values such as this shapes, that makes it a little bit more focused, more unique, like that. So your uniqueness comes from a specificity rather than generality. So yeah, you make the unique concept into the research question so that editor can see this is an interesting question. I can give you an example of our paper together, me and Fogi. We are writing about local government budgeting, right? It's not interesting because a lot of people wrote about it. Okay. Then we said, okay, you got to be a bit more specific. Then he came back to me, okay, how about executives, how executives, key actors plays role in local government budgeting? It's a bit more specific, but it's still not interesting enough. Then slowly we revised it into how informal power shapes budgeting. And that makes it more interesting because not many people write about informal power. And we draw the context of Indonesian informal power, kingship, as an example of informal power, and that makes it even more interesting.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
All right, thank you. I think probably I just want to add just small points about shaping the research question. Just based on my experience, my shallow experience in research. So good research questions usually come from good synthesis of recent literature and how we review it critically so that we end up with some possible contributions so that we end up with the good research questions.
Completely agree. At the same time, as I said before, literature review is biased for the Western countries, biased against the majority world. So you do synthesize good literature review, you identify the debate, at the same time make it unique, think about your unique context. So they make it interesting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, please? Yeah.
She was forced into question.
Hello, Professor. My name is Melinda, and I'm from the Faculty of Science. I want to ask about the acceptance rate of literature reviews. Is it high, or since you manage a journal also, and based on your experience, how is the acceptance rate or likelihood of systematic literature reviews publication compared to the original research?
Great question, and very relevant question for this time, because literature review not interesting anymore. Do you know why? ChatGPT. They does the literature review for you. So a straightforward literature review would be very difficult to publish. Even more. However, specific type of literature review paper can be published, which ChatGPT cannot do. So your literature review has to be theoretical, analytical, and very future-oriented, which ChatGPT would find it difficult to copy. So those kind of literature you may be able to publish. Nowadays, people, I can give you one website. Take a note of that. illicit.org. Have you heard of it before? Huh? Who said yes? There you go. If you just simply say, do the literature review for me on this topic, they will do it in 3 minutes and with all kinds of data in it. So nowadays doing research is so easy. Imagine that to write that kind of thing would have taken like 3 months, and they do it in 3 minutes. So, no, so that's the reason, because the website does it for you, ChatGPT does it for you. So you need to be more analytical and theoretical and future-oriented to make it more interesting. So bibliometrics type literature is definitely not publishable anymore, because ChatGPT does very well. You can actually train ChatGPT for you. Do this, do that, they will do it for you. Do you know what even you can do? ChatGPT can even speak for you. If you train ChatGPT enough of your language. So literature would be more difficult unless you become more analytical.
All right, thank you. That's very interesting. Probably I want to a bit extend about that question. When you mentioned about more analytical, more critical literature review, do you also mean that put some theoretical lens in doing literature review, something like that? Or?
Now Foggy wants to know. Yes, you need a theoretical framework. I think I have a good example for this, especially for accounting lecturer, or management lecturer, or social science lecturer. We have written a paper in 2009, is a good example how to do it. I cannot give you full details now. I can only tell you Hopper et al. 2009 is a paper I've written. Yes. If you go to my Google profile, you'll see one of the papers is highly cited. That is the one.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? More questions? Any other questions? No? Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Professor, I have one question for you. Can you describe the most difficult aspect of your research writing process and how you fix that?
Okay, it will take 2 hours, but I'll explain it in a very... I think the most difficult process is collecting data, collecting information for your project. So I can give probably I've done the wrong, not wrong way, a difficult way. During my PhD, when I was as young as Foggy, I decided to do field work. That's the data collection field work in a very difficult condition, because I decided to be a worker, like a daily worker. You know, daily worker in a poorer country don't look like me, right? And they do not wear glasses like this. So, because I want to know how they are controlled in their work situation. So I'm originally from Bangladesh, so I decided to do it in Bangladesh. I thought that would be easy access. So I done it, but that is 1994. Maybe you're not born, I guess. Imagine that I had glass then. So I had to buy glass which, what is that thing called you put it inside your eyes? Soft lens. Contact lens, yes, I even forgotten, you see. Contact lens was new at that time, so I had to put it in because I don't wear glasses and turn up as a worker. Because workers would not believe me that I am a worker. If they don't believe me I am a worker, they would not be free to me. So to become free and live like them, I started to wear this, and also my dress changed. Not suit and boot, you know. It's different, completely different. And then I went to the shop floor, the factory. Managers know. The people, their bosses know, but the workers don't know that I am actually not a worker. So I had to learn their way of language, and I can tell you that's not easy. It's a different accent, different tone, and you do not use English word into your language. Because I've lived long enough in England, so speaking with them is always had to be very difficult. But I made many mistakes. I use English words sometimes, and suddenly the workers looking at me, what is this? Why this guy saying this? And one guy actually came to me, who are you? Why are you speaking in this? I said, oh, I actually, I passed my GCSE, but I didn't get any job. That's why I'm working as a worker, to gain their trust. And many other things that I had to change. I slept on the floor for 3 months, just to be part of them. Because the night shift, I also like them, they share the work, they don't do their work. They basically, in a small point, they're supposed to be 2 workers for 8-hour shift. So one worker would do 4 hours, other workers would do 4 hours. So I colluded with them myself, so that I work 4 hours, they work 4 hours, and I go to sleep, they come like that. So all those practices, which I wrote in my paper, you have read this paper, right? And it's really enriching, but was challenging. but very, very rewarding. So to answer your question in a nutshell, data collection is most challenging, at the same time, very rewarding. I've got lots of other stories to tell, but I don't have time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's quite interesting. Yeah, I read the paper. Sorry, I read the paper. So the one published in iOS. Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay. So there is no more questions. So thank you very much, Professor Azhar, for delivering us very insightful insight, knowledge, as well as your experience in doing research as well as publishing paper in top journals. So hopefully it's going to be a word for you to reflect on today's lecture. And thank you very much. I give applause to Professor. And thank you. Now, MC, the time is yours.
Thank you. We have now come to the certificate presentations and group photo session. We kindly invite the chairpersons of the committee, Mrs. Dr. William Maya Samudra, to present the certificate to Professor Sazatuddin as our expert lectures today's sessions. Next, we invite the Dean of Faculty of Business and Economy to present the certificate to Mr. Yogi Gautama Buanaputra, who has served as today's moderator. This is a great honor for us, and we are truly humbled by your willingness to share your expertise, insight, and academic excellencies with our academic community. Following the presentation, we will proceed with the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for our group photo session. Hadirin sekalian, mohon berdiri untuk foto sesi. Para hadirin mohon jaraknya merapat sedikit ya. Please give your enthusiastic applause to honor this remarkable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Before we close, we kindly remind all participants to please fill out the attendance form by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. Your participations and feedback are highly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of today's sessions, allow me to leave you with a simple but important message. Knowledge is not just to be collected, but to be shared, practiced, and used to build a better future. My today's discussions not only add to our understanding, but also inspire us to act in our research, in our professions, and in our service to society. On behalf of the committee, thank you to all speakers, moderators, and participants for your time and presence. Until we meet again, stay committed, stay curious, and stay connected. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and see you next time.